Greetings, everybody, and welcome to Conflict Radio. Let's see, today is 12/23. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve, which means don't forget to check out. Let's see, tomorrow I'm going to be premiering on the Enlightened podcast, number 384. Make sure to check that out. Let's see here. Tomorrow, that shall be at premieres in 16 hours. So by the time you guys see this, it's going to be 11 a.m. Central Time at noon Eastern Time. That show is going to be live. I encourage you to check it out. Make sure you subscribe to her channel. Leave a comment in there if you're headed over there just to check out my interview. That'd be great. Really do appreciate that. Tonight we're going to be doing 3 shows. Another best of season 1. I hope you guys are enjoying this. This is the last one I'm going to do of season 1. It's 3 episodes. It's a message to humanity from human alien hybrid Marina Seren. And that was episode, let's see here if I can see, episode 158. So this is a conversation I had with an Anunnaki hybrid. So I hope you guys enjoy that one. The second one is going to be with Black Eyed Kids, Monsters, and Cryptozoology with Bryan Bowden. That's Conflict Radio episode 159. So I hope you guys enjoy that. That's a really interesting show. And then we're going to do the Georgia Guidestones Destroyed with Scott Walter of America Unearthed. And if you guys haven't heard that one, I strongly recommend you listen to this one because this one, we got into a pretty heated argument on this one here. I think you guys would enjoy it. In fact, when I got done with this interview, Jimmy Church from Faded Black had him on, and they tried destroying me together on that show. And it didn't work out very well. So you guys want to listen to this one. If you haven't heard the one with Scott Walter, you should check it out. This was the last episode I had a guest on season 1. So it's the best of videos. You guys want to see all of the other videos from season 1, go ahead and become members, and you could do that. So I hope you guys are enjoying this holiday season. It's really interesting. We're having a lot of fun here at the house. I'm going to cook a couple of apple pies tonight. Homemade. I make the crust and everything with the rolling pin and everything else. It's going to be a lot of fun. That's what we're doing tonight, making apple pies and getting ready to cook a nice Christmas Eve. We have our Christmas Eve dinner Christmas Eve. So we're going to be cooking Christmas Eve, a big dinner tomorrow. But I'll be getting this out tonight. It'll probably be late again like they have been, but you guys are enjoying them. Seems a lot of people are watching them. So, enjoy the holiday season. We'll be back soon with season 3. But in the meantime, I'm probably going to push out some best of season 2 shows next as we work up till I believe the beginning of season 3 is going to be in mid January or so. So we'll push out some best of season 2. I know you guys are enjoying these shows, so I'm keeping them coming. Anyway, have a great night. Enjoy the best of season 1. And if you're not back here, I hope you guys have a great Christmas. I hope you guys are having a great holiday. And we'll see you around. All right, everybody. Hi, how's it going? Welcome to Conflict Radio. Marina, I am getting a crazy feedback from you now.
Hi, thanks for inviting me here.
Yeah, welcome to Conflict Radio. I was getting this weird static stuff from your end, but I guess that's gone away for a second. Let me say hello to everybody real quick. Your last name, just so I know I'm saying it right, it's Serene?
Yes, correctly.
All right. So hang on a minute. Let me say hi to everybody here. Welcome to
Sure.
Conflict Radio. Today is January 17th, 2022. And let me give a shout out to people that are here, I guess, hanging out in the chat room. We've got a ton of people already in here. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button. It'll get more people to join us. I see Mary K is here, AJK, Andrew, Bumblebee, AB, Stefan, Gaja, Renee Cruz. How you doing? David Gosling. Scrolling up, Not Quite Human is here. Arlene Adkins-Zell is here. How you doing, Arlene? Scrolling up, Davy Jones Locker is here. Walter Adkins, Scott Deal. Hope I said that right. Ulces Gomez, Vash Wolfward, PD Junior Cartwright, the Deer Slayer. Let me scroll back down, see if anybody's saying hello. Pharaoh of Central New Jerusalem. How you doing? Ian McFadden, Chili Peen, David Gray. How is everybody doing today? Today on the show, we have Marina Seren. She's a 21-year-old experiencer from Madrid, Spain. She's a psychic medium, an extrasensory-seer, a conscious channeler of higher mind, an intuitive artist, an ET contactee, alien abductee. She's a hybrid alien mother. She's been involved with the MK Ultra program. She's a survivor of that and a secret space program psychic super soldier / insider. Marina, welcome to Conflict Radio. How are you doing today?
Hi, thanks for inviting me. I'm fine.
All right, and just let me give a quick shout out here. I see some people saying hello. Fear Fleming, Summer Wind, Noel Griffon, and the Happy Plague Doctor. And welcome to Conflict Radio. So tell us, okay, I have it down that you are an alien gray human hybrid, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you're not 100% human, right?
Correct.
All right. So tell us what happened. How do you know this? What is it like being amongst us puny human people?
Well, I found out that I was a hybridized human when I was 16 with the awakening, with my spiritual awakening. And basically, I was told that I was hybridized with gray DNA, so that I will be able to channel certain specific consciousness, to guide humanity towards evolution. And so I basically learned that I am also part of the hybrid programs that in which I gave away also my genetic material for the creation of hybrids. So in those programs, I also received certain genetic material that also assisted a lot of this process of me becoming integrating more of an extraterrestrial consciousness instead of a human, let's say, perspective or vibrational frequency as my the way to operate, in Earth.
Okay, so I would take it you've been with the MK Ultra program. We've had other survivors of that program on the show. They've had very traumatic experiences all underground. Do you remember being a part of that program?
Yes, I remember being part of Project Monarch specifically, which is a type of MK Ultra. I started remembering my memories, when I was about 16 or even 17. And so starting from that point, I started to develop PTSD as also other symptoms, that will come as OCD or depression, anxiety. So I had to deal with this amount of trauma for a long time, and it's been a long journey so far, but I've managed to survive it. And what I learned so far, it's that the specific MK Ultra project that was done to me was for the purpose of training me as a psychic super soldier in the secret space program and the Dark Fleet. So that's how it connects with my experience here on Earth.
Okay. Are there now? You said Dark Fleet, so obviously you're talking about a more evil side of the extraterrestrials.
No, the Dark Fleet is not entirely like an extraterrestrial fleet itself. It's section or faction of the secret space program that made alliances with the Draconian Empire and the Greys, the negative Graves that served them as minions, and some evil Nordics too, which
Okay.
are basically working for conquering like planet Earth, obviously. But among the sacred space program, there are many kinds of groups that is split into different spiritual orientations, let's say, some which even get to make contracts with alliances with positive extraterrestrial forces to help humanity out of this conflict. Some who are positive defectors, and of course, those who are still in the negativity, trying to control, Earth, to assist this draconian empire.
Okay. So let me ask you this: have you? There is a lot of people that would suggest that the gray aliens are like a synthetic being, that it's artificial intelligence with a like a I guess like a robot, so to speak. What would you say to that? Are they real life beings?
Yes, they are generally, but we have to understand that the grace is a species, is a kind of species, but there are many, many different offsprings of that, let's say, aspect of human evolution. Um, there are those who are, of course, like synthetic, as you say, like they are basically synthetic vessels that channels artificial intelligence that operate as as a collective, as a hive mind mentality, that are basically just assembled for slavery purposes, for the work of a slaves race,
Uh-huh.
but there are also many others that have a different, let's say, genetic blueprint, or they're in different aspects of their evolution that are not synthetic, but rather genetically engineered by themselves, by the way, so that they can no longer experience like emotions, because they observe that as, like, say, as a negative aspect of consciousness, that made them to cut themselves, to disconnect from nature, and eventually not being able to reproduce anymore, to a point in which they got to almost extinct. And that's why there's hybrid programs right now with the Greys, with some of them, because they didn't want it to extinct as a species. So we ended up making some contracts, of giving them our DNA, which was viable and compatible in a sense, so that they wouldn't die out. But there are also others who took, also organic, who took a different path in evolution and integrated their darkness, let's say, and moved to other star systems to try to heal themselves, and take a different path from others. So as you see, there are many different beings, and as they are fourth density, they're fully fourth density beings. They do not operate in 3D anymore, so they can time travel. So you can see them coming from either the future, our present, or even the past. It depends on the group, the specific group. So
Okay. Why is Earth so important? Why are we so important, and why is it all? I mean, obviously there's a ton of different races, it seems, that are visiting Earth and that know about Earth. Why are they keeping humans in the dark that they exist?
well, humans as a species, we are so interesting as a collective, because we are hybrid species ourselves, with genetic material that is considered multidimensional, because not only one race or one single species took part of that creation of our species, but rather many, like up to dozens of them. So because these beings, these extraterrestrials that participating in the co-creation of humanity, were from different planes of consciousness, different densities of consciousness. Human DNA, the combination of our genetics and genetic codes, it's so special, so important that it's seen as special DNA, even royal DNA, because it has we are, let's say, descendants from the Anunnaki species, and they are considered royalty. So, but that's just a human perspective, by the way.
Anunnaki, they're from Nibiru, right?
No, the Anunnaki are, again, like another kind of a species composed of many different races or groups that, each other took different paths, same as the Greys, basically. And so some of them you will see that they are more mixed with Pleiadian DNA. Some of them have decided to integrate more of the reptilian genetics in their DNA, in their genetic materials, in different parts of history. So you will see that they are also multidimensional. They can also time travel like the Greys. And so in their path, along history, they have travel, get to travel and visit many different star systems and assemble there and have, create their own, let's say, civilizations there to leave their knowledge and to ground, other, to live and have an experience. So you will see that there are many Anunnaki groups with many different, let's say, evolutionary outcomes or paths. So some of them will come from what you shared as to be Nibiru, but many others will come from different star systems and locations among the stars.
All right. Is Nibiru, like Planet X Nibiru, is that still out there, or did it get destroyed?
Yes, it is still, but depending on which reality you're tuning in, you will be rather able to perceive it or not. It depends on what timeline you are choosing, on what connections you are deciding to establish, with yourself. So it's
What
all
do you
like.
mean? What do you mean timeline that I'm choosing? Do we get to choose our own timeline, so to speak?
Yes, we are creators of our reality, because nothing is solid, nothing is purely like crystallized, materialized as a, let's say, static element of space and time. So it is all a matrix, and you are the programmer of that matrix because you create your reality.
So each one of us right now can create our own reality, right?
Correct.
What about everybody else that's a part of your reality? Can they control your reality as well, or only you can do yours?
What happens is that phenomena, it's what it's called intersection of realities. So for instances, you do create your own reality, even choices that other beings make your reality, which doesn't mean that you operate through their consciousness. It just means that you create your reality in which you manifest that all those beings that are part of your reality made those choices because you manifested a version of yourself that was vibrationally compatible with that version of the other person or consciousness, the other organism. So you are tuning in to that vibration, and that's why you're able to perceive it, because you are a vibrational match. So in fact, it acts sort of like a reflection of your own frequency, because that's how you create, by putting out an energy, vibrating at a certain frequency and a certain speed, So when you observe certain actions taken by other beings, it doesn't mean that you're creating it fully from your consciousness. It means that you're manifesting them because you are of that vibrational match. So you are intersecting your reality with that other person, because at that moment you are a vibrational match. But it doesn't mean that that person that you're meeting at that point in space and time is going to take the same choices that you will see that person choosing for themselves eventually. That's the play of the cosmos. That's what everything is about, that we are multidimensional and that there are infinite probabilities, quantum manifesting probabilities of manifestation, sorry, in our reality. So it's pretty much like explained by metaphysics and quantum physics for that reason.
All right. Let me ask you this: how were you able to? Did you have to escape the MK Ultra program, or did they let you go?
No, the MK Ultra programs are made with multidimensional technology, which means that eventually, well, it depends, of course, on which group or entity is creating, is being part of the creation of this slave target. So if they are, for example, for instance, as part of secret space programs like the ones that I have been a part of, like a target of, they hold multidimensional technology in which they can basically abduct you and let's say proceed to make their experiments with you without you being able to consciously remember it at the moment when you get, when they put you back in your place, let's say. So to me, experiencing these MK Ultra programs from these people, it's more of like a psychological battle in your consciousness, because they're able to abduct you, they're able to take you, they're able to target you still, but you're not remembering necessarily because you have been abducted. So sometimes you will remember through astral experiences or through hypnotherapy and regression sessions, and sometimes you will come with the memory if the memory that hasn't been wiped out, let's say, enough. So because it's all remaining in your subconscious. So it is really relative on how many different people around the world experience this program. So I haven't yet, like, let's say, freed myself from the program entirely, but healing myself from the trauma, it's a way to not be vulnerable to their actions.
All right. So a lot of people would, I guess, if I was to think about the MK Ultra program, a lot of people might think that that's just kind of you're tied to a chair and you're forced to watch different things on the television or whatnot over and over and over again. What is it really like? What goes on down there?
Well, that's just one specific element of the program itself, but it's not, of course, the entirety, nor the the principal, let's say, aspect of it. And then, it is basically MK Ultra. It's basically trauma-based mind control. So trauma is the most important element, of the agenda of the program. It is using trauma as an element as a tool, basically, to fragment your consciousness in many, to shatter your consciousness in many different fractals or fragments, like if it was a mirror or a crystal, through trauma and abuse, continuous ritual, satanic ritual abuse, etc., to basically then create personality, disassociate, the consciousness from their own ego frontal personality alter into many different alter egos, alter personas of herself or himself. So after they have shattered the individual, disassociated the person, they use heavy drugs to basically put that person in a state of trance, to then program many different personalities that they can then use as assets for many different purposes.
Okay. You think, is there I guess a lot of cloning and stuff going on underground there?
Yes, that is one of the things they use. And it has a lot of metaphysical.
Were you cloned then?
Yes, I was cloned, and those clones are then, let's say, engineer. They're brain, their physical brain, is engineered so that those neurological connections are a vibrational match to the specific alter egos that they wish to channel, through that vessel, through that body. So that way they will get energy, they will get me operating for them, parallelly to me living the frontal as a frontal personality, having my normal a day life without even becoming aware of those actions. So it's a really intelligent way to have a slave, without really, let's say, yeah, abducting a person for a long time.
Yeah, and they used you to. I mean, obviously, it says in your bio that you're an alien hybrid mother, so they must have used you in some way to where, same as I guess another guest we've had on, where she was being used to create hybrids as well, right? Like, how many children have you had that were taken from you?
Well, the hybrid agenda, it's not directly connected to necessarily with the secret space program or the MK Ultra project.
Yeah, yeah. The secret space program is something that you went into after the MK Ultra program, right?
Yes, it was mostly, I mean, the MK Ultra was mostly done for that purpose, for me being used as in the secret space program. So it was done by the same people that recruited me, in a sense.
Okay. So were you recruited right from underground, or did they let you go? How did you get out from the cloning center and the underground bases?
Well, the secret space program, it's farther more than just one single infrastructure,
Yeah, yeah, of
like,
course. Yeah.
so they not only operate in space or in Mars, the moon, etc., but they have also underground bases that are working for that same organism, that same, like, say, government or faction of the dark government. So um, many times, for MK Ultra targets or super soldier targets, we are either traumatized in underground laboratories or even up there.
Hmm.
So it depends. There are many things, there are many different experiments to be performed on a target, depending on what abilities they're interested from you, or what things they wish to use you for, what training even to give to you. So it all depends on that, if you're, to determine
Yeah.
if you're taking underground or not, or in the ships.
All right. So I'm trying to figure out. I guess um, you and we spoke before we went on the show about a war that was happening right now between, I guess, the good side of uh, the secret space program and the bad side of the secret space program. Are they all one? Is it all like one big program, and there's a bunch of infighting amongst all of it, or is there actual two different sides that don't have any contact with each other?
Sorry, what's the question again?
Is there, okay, basically, it there's a war happening right now, right?
Yes.
Is it more of a civil war between one giant a program, or is it a bunch of different programs, or factions, I guess, fighting
Well,
each other?
yeah, well, what we have to understand is that the wars going on right now in our planet goes beyond programs and agendas.
Yeah,
Because of what I shared previously about us being hybrids, many different species. It explains not just about us as a species or DNA, but we are not the only we are not the only inhabitants of this planet. Far away in time, there were many other different species that were
oh yeah,
habitating Earth. So as you see, like, the history of Earth is so long and so rich, of many different events and scenarios going on, that we represent, in a sense, a point of convergence of many of these different spiritual lineages or genetic lineages, let's say families, spiritual families, and even species, um, confronting themselves here, um, um, in war scenarios, in scenarios of conflict, of spiritual conflict and political conflict,
Hmm.
So both because they are interested in Earth's evolution, in human DNA, and because what we do determines a lot, what happens in other parts of the galaxy, even the cosmos, even beyond our galaxy. So there's a lot of interest right now in what happens on Earth. There's a lot of competition going on with lineages tend to develop more power over this civilization, this next cycle of evolution on Earth. So it involves more than just programs, agendas, but species, extraterrestrial species that have been here or have a connection here that is quite ancient.
All right. So had they been fighting all this time, or did they just now start fighting?
They've been fighting for many years, so far. But right now, because of the pole shift, there is a pole shift right now that um, is the representation of the next step in evolution, the next era or period, of human history, like the so-called New Age or let's say Aquarian Age. Um, they are here because it's really, again, it determines a lot what happens in other parts of the galaxy, because we are representatives of their lineages. So that's why there's so much war in among us humans. That's why so far in our history there has been so much many wars, of one group against another, because there are groups of humans that represent more a certain specific lineage or genetic connection to a specific group, and others that represent another one that might be eventually the natural political enemies of these other people. So yes, right now the conflict has been intensified for that matter, for the events going on right now.
All right, because I mean, humans were kind of in the middle of a great awakening, right? Do you
Yes.
think that? I mean, are the I guess is there a certain race that's going to reveal themselves to us soon?
Well, there is guidance when it comes to the idea of first contact. There are many races and species that are parties that are participating in this project. And are guiding us and assisting us both in the physical, in certain institutions, as well as metaphysical, in the astral, of course, and in higher dimensions in which we are not yet fully conscious because we were not prepared,
Yeah.
to drive, this, to take, that information here. So definitely, eventually, there will be a point in which we are ready, for this event. But we, right now, the principal thing, I think, in my perspective, to do is to integrate the shadow aspect of our consciousness, to
All right.
ascend.
What would you say to people who would suggest that aliens and UFOs and that sort of thing are really fallen angels? What would you say to that? Is that
Well,
true to a sense?
it's true to a sense, but it has been, let's say, demonized by biblical, let's say, beliefs, by religious beliefs, because the real reason why there was this analogy of calling them fallen angels, it's because these beings, the Anunnaki, they are an angelic human DNA.
Mhm.
They as a species, they have angelic DNA in our gene pool. I mean, in their gene pool. So when in the Bible, in Genesis, it was written that they were the fallen angels, it's because they represented the idea of an angel consciousness, of an angelic consciousness coming down to earth to give their knowledge away, for some period of time, in some, for some specific groups, because other were not interested in guiding us, but rather manipulating us. The idea of descending from the heavens, or from the, not the heavens technically, but the
Yes,
sky,
space. Yeah.
space, it's descending, so it's like falling. So that's why it has been, made an analogy of like angels being falling, falling from the sky because they landed here from the space.
All right. So when you think about demons, you think about um, demon possession, that sort of thing. How would our if somebody is obviously a demon, they're still an extraterrestrial, right? A demon is an extraterrestrial. Is that fair to say?
Not necessarily. What we need to understand that the idea of a demon and an angel, it's a general concept. Angel is a really specific, the idea of an angel is a really specific vibrational frequency, or frequency
Uh-huh.
domain, let's say, that represents that consciousness that is more of an angelic, vibration, of course, of an angelic nature, which is connected, directed with this Christ consciousness, with this love and light, pure, crystalline, let's say, expression of the DNA of an organism, of an entity, and a collective. But on the other hand, of course, the demons will represent the opposite, the total disconnection from this Christ consciousness, from the heart, space, from that which is divine. So they are basically, generally speaking, they are beings who exist in lower density planes of consciousness, or
Yeah, they
dimensions, realms,
they
so that's
feed
a
on.
general concept. ETs are beings like us, so they can either be part of that angelic construct or the demonic one. So that will be like a general thing to say.
Okay, so there's basically either like a demon type entity or an angel type entity, right?
Yes.
But there's many on both sides, correct?
Yes, there is always a balance. Balance is like a law of the universe.
Mhm.
So there is always going to be as much dark as it is of the light. Now that a consciousness is aware of it or not, it's that what the process of evolution is about. You are first introduced to the dark aspects of your beingness, so that you can have an opportunity of spiritual growth. But then when you go through that process is when you're able to tap into that other aspect of yourself that is balanced with that negativity that you experienced in the first place. That's what awakening is about. So eventually you'll find out that there's always a balance in the universe. So even if now we're experiencing collectively facing ourselves, with all this much conflict and darkness and negativity, there is always a light aspect of it. So if we go through this process of a spiritual awakening and integration, we will be able to tap it and experience from in our integrating our experience and leave it. So it's a process, but it's
Right.
there.
Are there human beings on the planet that are I guess in politics or high up in society that are currently working with the darker side of entities?
Oh, definitely. Definitely, there are many, many, many Masonic groups, and secret societies that have a specific extraterrestrial lineage, that is connected with certain demonic, or negative oriented extraterrestrial species that want to take advantage of Earth polarity,
Okay.
consciousness, and feed from it, because that's the chain of evolution. We feed from animals, but these beings feed from us. So it's the natural chain, of nature.
Okay. Why
So
why
yeah.
are why are they allowed to disclose themselves to certain humans but not to others? Why can't disclosure be made to everybody, but it's okay for just certain people?
Oh, because of that matter, because that's why they call themselves royal bloodlines, the Illuminati famous royal bloodlines, because they they are descendants, of these specific spiritual lineages that are dark, that are negative oriented. So that's why the extraterrestrials in question choose to disclose themselves to them, because they know that they will eventually co-create with them, so they will serve each other.
Are there, okay, so just as there's, I guess, the bad side talking to, I guess, bad humans, is there a good side talking to good humans? I suppose it's me and you, right?
Yes, of course.
So what would you have to say to all the listeners out there that are scared about what's going on?
I will just simply recommend them to not focus. To focus, yes, on darkness, but to not give it their power away, and because it is all a projection of their consciousness, so they perhaps will prefer to take responsibility for that, what they are creating, for the experience here as an earth human, and integrate that darkness, make that process of spiritual evolution, so that they empower themselves and they get to learn how to create their own preferred reality, so that they can manifest more positive experiences for themselves. And I will also recommend them not to give their power away to anybody right now, when it comes to agendas, when it comes to people, not even speakers. I think that discernment is key right now. We need to be really careful with who are we giving our power away, and we need to choose what resonates for us as not, because there's a lot of power being given away in this community so far. So for example, I know my story because I went through it, and I have no doubt of anything that I experienced so far. So I have no reasons to disclose my information. It's been hard because I've been targeted, but I do not recommend people giving me the power of completely choosing to, just do everything I say, because I also teach people. I do not recommend them to do that with me or anybody at all, because I think we need to mature as a species, and we need to develop that discernment. We need to be able to choose what is our truth, what resonates with us as our truth, and what not. So these are really important times, but it is also like a great opportunity for us to develop and to mature as a species.
It's amazing, isn't it? Like you always get, me, for instance, I always get like a gut feeling if I'm on to something, or if there's things I don't believe. Like I believe you. I this stuff is really happening. We need to, I guess, stop focusing on so much negative, right? Because the negative, that's what I guess lets them, they
Yes.
feed on it, right? It's not, isn't that right? If we stay
Yes,
positive, it all comes down to frequency. Like what you said, none of this is real. This table isn't real.
exactly.
None of this is
Exactly.
real.
Yes, you're right.
None of this is real. This is all just, it's hard for me to explain, I guess, the way you do, I guess, but I totally understand it. I really do.
Yes,
I,
it is
I'm
true. Like,
I'm
it's
glad
not
I'm glad
really.
you're on this show. Do,
Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting me.
when was the last time you've been up into space? Say.
Well, that's something that I'm not really aware of, because what people need to understand is that they possess multidimensional technology. This means that they can basically abduct your body without really abducting the crystallized, let's say, materialized version of your body. What I mean with this is that reality, because it's a holographic expression, of light, has different has different layers, vibrations, of aspects of consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
So for instances, your body it has a materialized, expression, the one that you experience here in your physical, let's say, experience or brain, like mentality. But firstly, it exists as a pure holographic matrix. So that information, that technology, they can actually abduct this matrix, this holographic information, and interact with it as if it was your real body up there, and you actually have like physical experiences there without your body here down here actually being taken. Of course, in some situations, your body, your materialized form or formats, let's say, will be taken eventually, and you will be able to interact with this body here. But that's mostly for the purpose of that mostly happen when it's really specific when the abduction has a really specific matter when it comes to your physical vessel, your physical consciousness here on Earth. But for the rest of interactions, to have encounters with you, to have conversations, to contact you, they don't need to do it specifically to your materialized body. They can actually take your astral body eventually, or that holographic expression of your physical body.
Yeah, yeah. And the funny thing is that when we die, we just go back. We go back to the form that we were before we were born, right? We're here. We're born here to do a certain thing and to carry on a specific task. But the problem is that a lot of people that are born don't remember what it was like before being born, right?
Yes, and that's part of that. It's part of the Anunnaki manipulation on the human gene pool.
Yeah.
They basically disconnected these codons, this part of our DNA that will make us, that will allow, that activate this specific psychic vision of our multidimensional nature, so that we will not be able to tap into that information to recover it. Because if we wouldn't be able to do it, we're more vulnerable to manipulation from outside forces. So that's why they fear from us. That's what the negative groups of the Anunnaki fear from us, that we eventually remember and activate those parts of our genetics.
Yeah, it's almost like what we think whatever we think we materialize, right?
Exactly. Well, it doesn't work. I
Yeah,
mean,
not really exactly like that.
yes, but that's the general concept. That's true.
But it's fascinating stuff, really is. Do you think that? I mean, has there ever been this many beings on the Earth at one time before?
Yes, yes, because this is not the only pole shift or the only period of transition to other densities of consciousness. We even have parts of in our human history in which we were higher, of a higher consciousness, of a higher density than the one that we are now.
Yeah.
So
Do you think that eventually it comes to the point where the Earth is just wiped clean and they start over again?
well, there has been a lot of assistance from many beings who are not pleased with what the Anunnaki has been doing here on Earth, with their genetic manipulations eventually, with their, let's say, control over our own cycles of evolution. So we are receiving assistance from many parts of the galaxy and the universe, to eventually break free, from this history of slavery or control. So there will be a point, of course, because everything comes to a point in which there's change, in which we will be able to finally enjoy freedom and more independency from these species.
All right. So let me ask you this, because I've been having some really strange dreams, I guess the last month probably since before Christmas. Every single night I've been having strange dreams, and last night I had an interesting one where the one that's actually here talking to you, my awake self, was actually talking to the me who is the dream me, right? Like they're two different me's. Is that real? Is the person that's in my dream, that's me? Is that a different me than actually that's the me that's here on Earth?
Yeah, of
In
course it is. Of course. And that's why I mentioned so much the idea that we're multidimensional, because we think that we are just our ego, our physical consciousness that is the one here operating, like me, the one that is talking to you. But we have thousands of aspects right now experiencing itself in many different formats, in many different let's say level of perception or state of awareness or beingness of consciousness. So that's why there is this distinction between the astral body and the physical body and the mental body, because we have many different soul aspects and many different states of consciousness that is represented each by one density dimensional level or frequency domain.
Yeah, it was weird because my wife has COVID really bad right now,
Oh, I'm
and
sorry.
I'm sitting here and I'm like, okay, it's just a matter of time before, like, it's incubating inside me now. Like what can I do? Because there's no way she has it and I don't have it, so I'm just getting ready to be sick at like any time now. And my body self, my reality me was having a conversation with my dream me about the symptoms that I was having, and the dream me was telling me like, hey, this isn't right, you're gonna get sick, but don't worry about it, you know what I mean, like it's all good. And I just thought, how weird is that the two of us were actually having a conversation about the one body.
Yes, because that's another aspect of your consciousness. The body is just like, let's say, the physical matrix that is able to channel multidimensional aspects of yourself in a focalized point of conversion of your consciousness, which is your physical ego. The ego is just like focus, like on a specific focus on a really specific aspect of your consciousness, which is the physical mind, the physical self. But as you have experience and proving for yourself, there are many aspects of you, and that one that you're talking about, it's basically it's mainly your higher mind who was explaining to you what's going to happen, what are the circumstances that you have created for yourself to experience, to allow you to experience. But it's not that you wouldn't need to, let's say, worry, that there was no need to worry, because you know what you're creating for yourself. So there's no issue, you're going to overcome it and you're going to grow from the experience.
Yeah, I actually believe that COVID was released on humanity on purpose as a bioweapon, and that Omicron COVID is actually the antidote going around.
Well, I agree with that first part of your statement. COVID was definitely like a bioweapon created in
Yeah.
laboratories. I know there's a lot of conflict on that matter, on that subject, because there's many people that believe that it's there's a real natural virus. There's people who believe it does not exist, and there's people who believes that
Yeah,
it's a
the
bioweapon.
U.S. military just released a statement on it a couple days ago that said that it was created because they were trying to create a vaccine for bats.
Yes.
So
When,
and it accidentally got
yeah.
out of the lab. So they've already admitted to actually
Yes.
creating it. It was
Yes.
created, whether it was
It was. It
released or
was.
not on purpose, who knows? But
Yes,
they
and
did. Yeah.
what people do not understand is that the different strands of or variants of this coronavirus, each of them has been genetically, of course, manipulated for targeting really specific um, different aspects of our, let's say, genetic makeup as a collective. So, for example, that's why, for example, the first variant of the COVID, was a variant that was more dangerous, potentially dangerous for specific blood types like A blood type or B blood type. which is the most prevalent in Asia, for
Yeah.
example, in China, That's why those blood types were more vulnerable, because the origin of those blood types are in Asia, in China specifically, or the Himalaya, for instances. So, the second one will be for another, targeting another kind of blood types, and the third one, for example, the seropositive, because I have been a witness myself of how many people with zero blood type um, will be more vulnerable to these new variants. So yeah, these different variants have been genetically manipulated in laboratories so that they will get to all kinds of immune systems, all kind of blood types, all kind of organisms of genetics of the human collective gene pool will be introduced to this specific virus.
Yeah, yeah, I totally believe that we're in the middle of like a silent World War III right now. It's
It
just
is. It
yeah,
is. And it has more history than you can imagine. It has a lot of connection with World War II.
and it goes beyond humanity. Like it's more to do with spiritual, and like you said, a different reality than, it's more of a battle of a different reality than it is this reality,
Yes,
right?
it is. It is a war of consciousness right now going on.
Yeah. I want to read this comment to you from Sirach 1331. He says,
Yes.
and I find it fascinating, just because we were just talking about it with the dreams. They say, when my body sleeps, I have an entire family. In fact, my dream family is jealous of my real family. My dream family knows of the real family, but actual real family doesn't know about the dream family. That's fascinating, isn't it?
Yes, quite fascinating. Yes, that this kind of things may happen here and there around the globe, because we have many different connections in the astral, and higher realms of consciousness. So it
We
is a
have
real
we have
experience.
actual, uh I guess, like a space family that we don't even really know about. I was told that I actually have a family that's in spacecraft, kind of, in atmosphere, looking out for me and my family here. But I don't, they know of me and know that I'm here, but I don't have any idea who they are. What would
Yeah,
you
well, yes.
what would you say to that? Does that happen?
Yes, that's true. For people who are here on Earth, being part of the human experience in these great but terrifying times, there's a lot of resistance. So each of us have connections to, of course, to space beings, to star beings, or beings from other dimensions who have been called here, who have been called to manifest themselves here for the purpose of, assisting us, because it is a tough path right now. It is a tough experience right now to be a human being. So that you have described, it's what I will call a star family or galactic family.
Yeah. How would I be able? Could I communicate with them? Is that possible?
Well, what people need to understand is that many times these beings will not choose to communicate directly to your physical mind, because in many cases that kind of interactions will distract you from your experience here on Earth, from your life, from your
All right.
circumstances that you're meant to explore to evolve your consciousness. So many times they will choose not to interact because there is a law of no intervention that they need to respect.
Yeah. They have to
So
let me figure it out on my own, right?
exactly. So there will be eventually, no worries. There will be eventually a point in your life, in all people's lives, in which if we allow ourselves to reach to that level of consciousness, of evolution of consciousness,
But
we
what
will be
about
actually able to have this conscious communication or connection with them.
what about spirit guides? Can I get guidance from my spirit guide as to why I'm here?
Oh, you're always guided by them. The point is that they do not necessarily communicate. It will be it will be not quite smart for them to give this information solely to your physical brain, for the matter that the physical brain, in the integral of consciousness, it's in the lower kind of like level, or in the structure. So so they basically, most of the communications, most of the guidance, most of the information that they handle to us, it goes to the higher mind or to the subconscious, because it's higher, in the fractal system of consciousness. It's higher levels, so naturally that information will be pulled from our physical mind, will be transferred or communicated to our lower aspects, which is the physical brain, naturally. And that process can take many different forms. Sometimes it will be your own intuition, or a message that you see in your physical reality, or synchronicity, or a feeling, or a download that you suddenly know something or have an idea and you didn't know how it came to you. That's how it works. It's a quantum experience. It's a quantum interconnected system of communication.
Yeah. All right. Let me. Somebody distracted me talking about Dracos and stuff. Are I mean, is that out there? Are there actual aliens that are eating humans?
Yeah, that those kind of circumstances, of course, have a place in certain parts of the world or in this density. But yeah, unfortunately it's true, but we do
Yeah.
not need to get scared, because those things are really specific. Those things are not like, not quite probable if you have chosen to have an experience here, to evolve. So we do not need to worry.
Okay. All right. All right. So we're getting close to question time. If anybody has a question, go ahead and put it in the description box. I would open up the phone lines, but last time the audio went to crap and we had to end the show early. So let's just keep the questions in the chat box for now. So if you have a question and you're listening to this on YouTube or Facebook, I guess for that matter, we're live there too. You can just write a question in the comments section and or in the chat box on YouTube, and I will get it here and we will ask Marina your questions. So if anybody has any questions, now's the time to ask. Make sure you hit that like button. That's always a good way to help the show. Make sure you subscribe to Conflict Radio. We're going to have Marina on again, and I'm sure many times in the future, because she's fascinating and I enjoy talking to her.
Thank you.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to ask you, what's going on in Antarctica today?
Oh, interesting question. Well, I have had experiences in which I was used for my super soldier abilities and training in Antarctica. So I have recall, and I have also astral experiences there, in which I see myself in military clothes, and I am, like being part of this program. I am working. I saw myself entering in some sort of submarines, and working with Nazi groups. But you need to understand when there is memory recall of these specific programs. Usually, memories come randomly, not randomly, because there is science behind it. Neurology studies how memories work, and it has always like a component of like emotion, or let's say like an emotional trigger. So, for instances, I cannot really choose what I recall, or what I can, what I don't. It all comes to me depending on what parts of my brain gets excited or triggered or reactivated. So, unfortunately, I'm not able to choose freely what to recall and what not. So, for example, I might be able to have a random memory in which I am entering into a submarine, as I said, or being with Nazis and working for them, and really specific details that maybe is not even relevant to me, but not have the actual memory of something that is of my preference or of my interest to recall. For those matters, there is services like the hypnotherapy regression sessions, which I have had, in which you can explore more deeply these kinds of memories with guidance. But it has to be with professionals, because sometimes when there is trauma, it can be fatal, for a traumatized individual like me, or other
Yeah.
survivors. So
Uh, let's see. AJK has a question. He wants to know, or she, I guess, do you remote view?
yes, that's one of my trainings and abilities that I was naturally born with. Um, that's one of the abilities that I was trained for trained in the secret space program, in the super soldier trainings.
Okay.
And I have been witness of how sometimes they will use it, for matters of political matters mostly. For instances, I remember, this is a random memory, but I think it's really interesting. Like I'm really curious about it. For example, when I was 2017, I was 17 years old, and suddenly I was living my normal life, like daily life. I was studying in high school, and I remember that suddenly I took interest into learning Russian, for no reason at all. I have no reason to learn it, but I had that like strong desire to learn Russian. And as the targets, the beings that targeted me, the groups that perform the aim kill on me are Germans, they are Nazis. They still have certain conflict with Russian groups, they still have certain you know conflict with them. So
Uh-huh.
I learned that as I train my remote viewing, the purpose behind me finding interest in learning Russian language was, for example, that, they will either use remote viewing or astral projection to help me, let's say, spy on others. So
Yeah. When you astral project, is there like a cord that connects your spiritual being to your body?
yes, there is a cord that is called the silver cord, I think.
Yeah, yeah. I've heard about it. All right.
Yeah.
So the verbally abusive clown says, I'm a somewhat human evil clown hybrid. Where's my interview? Let me ask you this: are there human evil clown hybrids out there?
No, this individual is basically mocking me because he's not a believer.
I just it made me think of that movie with the clowns that invaded from outer space. I don't know if you ever seen it. It's like an old '80s movie. Uh, uh, invasion of the space clowns or something like that, where I just kind of, is there like a clown species out there?
No, no, that I'm aware of.
All right, so that's just a human thing then, right? It's not
Yeah,
all right, a
he was
verbally
mocking me.
abusive clown. I guess you don't get an interview, so there you go, buddy. uh G Don wants to know if you've ever taken shrooms or other drugs to help with your memory reflex. I don't know if they're kind of being a smartass too, or I mean,
No,
maybe.
no, I've
What
never
what
taken
about
any drug.
what about ayahuasca and DMT and things like that? Do you think that
Never.
helps with? No, I don't mean you. I mean
Yeah,
like with other people. Do you think that helps with memory recall of certain things and stuff?
it definitely does, but it is a great tool to, of course, promote these, allow the body to produce this higher amount of DMT, which is the molecule that is most connected to the spirit realm, that is segregated in the pineal gland, that is represented by the third eye, etc. But they are amazing tools, and depending on which specific substance or chemical component you're using, it will have different effects, on that pineal gland system. But you need to understand that as much as they are good tools, it channels the spirit. That means that even if you set out an intention, spirit is the one that is, let's say, in control, riding the experience.
Uh-huh.
So if you say, for example, for memory recall, you never know what spirit is going to come with, to allow you to tap into in that experience. So most of the times you really do not have control over what information you're going to tap into in the experience. So
Okay. It's interesting stuff. Rachel here has a really good question. Why is CERN trapping protons plus energy? And if our air is filled with electrons from Fiji, can positive entities made of protons still come here?
CERN is a really interesting place for metaphysical experimentation because our scientists, our scientific community, specifically in the field of physics, there's growth in the number of believers of metaphysical culture or knowledge because of the studies that were performed back in the day with quantum physics. Once we discovered quantum physics, there was more, let's say, integration of the idea of consciousness in our scientific fields that previously we didn't have before. So in CERN, there is a lot of experimentation right now going on with protons and subatomic particles because they get that there is something more behind what we have observed so far about energy, and it's that there is a possibility of using eventually what is called free energy for a matter of many different purposes, like for example anti-gravity crafts
Yeah.
that we actually possess, but it's our governments, as you can imagine, that they.
Well, it was all over the newspapers back in the 40s and or 50s and 60s that they were pursuing anti-gravity, and then all of a sudden it all just disappeared.
That's the history,
Yeah.
That of World War II, specifically of the countries of Austria and Vienna that experimented with this technology, surely, and I was part of that. I had two incarnations that were actually part of occult societies that were in contact with extraterrestrials that will give us this information, this specific physics on anti-gravity technologies.
Yeah, it's amazing. The ties to what's going on right now is to World War II. It's fascinating, and it's funny because
Yes.
you have to remember Operation Paperclip, right? Like
Yes, true.
it really happened. I live in Huntsville, Alabama. I'm telling you, it happened. A lot of it came
Yes.
here. AJK, he has a question. Says or she. I guess I'm not really sure. Maybe a he. I guess from the picture I'm looking at there. Says so do you have a warning for us? Is there a warning? Is there something we should watch out for? Do you have a warning of something that we need to be careful of?
Well, I feel certain fear in the question, and I understand because these are really difficult times for us. But I will suggest that you do not put away so much fear because it's all fine. We're gonna be fine. But so I wouldn't warn per se, but I will give an advice. On the other hand, what I want to advise people it's to, again, like ground themselves, to not give them power away to people freely, to anyone, to trust themselves, like not to develop discernment, and to not give it their power away to extraterrestrials, because we need to understand that because we are so interesting, because we're so interesting for them, there is a lot of beings right now that are here for agenda-based purposes. So I think that we need to empower ourselves and to set out our boundaries, and start choosing, something that is more aligned with our preference. Like, for example, respect of our space,
Yeah. Are there advanced humans like us? I guess that obviously not like us if they're advanced, but I mean more advanced, like human entities out in space, in spacecraft, flying around, doing their own thing, that look exactly like humans do, that are exactly like humans, but they're just, advanced and live peacefully in the stars.
Yeah, sure. There's like millions of beings out there. Many of them will look like us, even.
Yeah. All right. Sirachi 1331 says the astral body is in what I call the root world. Everything here has its roots there. Make a change here by making the change first in the root world. What would you think of that? Is he right?
It's a really interesting way to explain universal law that goes by as above, so below, which is a hermetic principle that explains and teaches humanity how the the above, which is the astral, the spiritual world, the universe, the space, it's a reflection of the root world, the land, the ground, so the physical. So she's quite correct, or he's quite correct on that matter.
All right. Michael Hester wants to know, is Prince Charles human?
Prince Charles is actually part of a draconian royal lineage, such as any one of the royal British family is. So, in a sense, yes, he is a human being, but he is part of this special draconian bloodline. So, many people will consider him to be a little bit hybrid.
All right. Well, that's interesting. Can you tell us who else is part of that?
Well, obviously, the reptilian, I mean, sorry, the English queen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. G Don wants to know, do you think Lee Harvey Oswald didn't fire a gun that day JFK was killed? I mean, any thoughts on JFK?
Oh, JFK, yeah. That president actually was killed on purpose because he was aware of the of extraterrestrial UFO interactions, with Earth. He was aware of aliens having visited Earth, and the U.S. military and the U.S. governments having detailed information about these interactions and these crafts, these technologies, these species. So he was actually planning to start the agenda of disclosure, to start disclosing these documents eventually. So certain people that were not interested in this happening eventually killed him for that matter.
All right. Smooth as Fast wants to know, does Marina connect with the angelic realm? If so, what is it like for you?
Yes, I do connect with the angelic realm. Um, what it means, what it is for me, it's that basically I let myself be guided, by the heart space instead of so much the mind or the aspects of myself that are not so much in integrity, because we're not perfect, of course. So we have things to evolve eventually. So for me, the experience of have a connection with the angelic realm, it's a beautiful connection. It's a really beautiful experience because you feel how that you feel the presence, that constant presence of this Christ, consciousness, this higher fractal, you know aspect of consciousness that is more of a divine nature, actually pulling me to yeah to connect with that heart, that heart space, and be driven by that, not
Okay.
by
What
anything else.
about loved ones that we've had in life that have moved on, like somebody's parents died, or somebody's sister died or something? Are they still out there somewhere, and they're able to
Yes.
communicate, or
Yes, they are. They eventually even communicate. I mean, sorry, become our guides.
okay, that's pretty neat. Uh, AJK and G Don says, "Killer Clowns from Outer Space." That was the name of that movie we were talking about before. Srirachi says, "Everybody here seriously needs to meditate." David Gosling with a super chat. Thank you so much. Looks like $10, I guess. He lost an hour in December. He says, prior I heard clicks, MK Ultra. I realized the tiny lump behind my ear had gone and replaced with a tiny square. Would Marina say I am likely being controlled?
Um, well, if you have had experiences of missing time, and exchange, phenomena in your body when it comes to implants and marks, etc. Yeah, I will question that maybe you're part of these agendas, that maybe you're a target, not necessarily, sorry, the MK Ultra, but it can be a MILAB experience, which basically stands for military abduction.
All right. Do you have? I guess AJK's being serious. Asked the question like 5 times. Do you have 5 or 6 fingers and toes?
No, I have 5 fingers and toes.
Okay. I wasn't gonna ask. I was ignoring it for the longest time because I was just assuming. He's like, "No, I'm being serious. Like, really ask the question." Like, okay. All right. Let's see here. Let me ask you a little bit while I search for the next question. What kind of training did you have to go through to be a part of this secret space program? To be a super soldier?
They use many kinds of psychic trainings that they eventually studied with detail in the back in the 40s and 50s, in that period of time. They were studying, the governments were studying psychic children because it was a phenomenon, there. And so MK Ultra pretty much make that connection with those studies, on dark psychology or metaphysical, psychology, like this, aspects of science, what people will call pseudoscience right now. Basically, they have many different activities or training that, again, they studied in detail. And so for me, for example, it was repeated, like training with cards. Now, I know many people think that those cards are the center cards, these ones that have symbols and numbers, sometimes depending. In my experience, there were more than 5 cards, so I'm not sure. In my memory recalls, I'm not sure how the activity or the training worked exactly, but I saw myself with a really big deck of cards, and I was, forced to train continuously. So repetition after repetition, it really makes you psychic. It's a tough training. It's really consistent.
Yeah, it sounds interesting. Hey, send him my name, will you? Tell him to come get me. I want to train.
Sure.
That'd be great. No
Yes.
problem. I'm working on it. I got the platform here. We go. All
Yes,
right.
sure.
It says, Patrick Wilson says, "Why are you making it all complicated? People just need to love one another. That's it. It's that simple." And it is that simple, isn't it? I was thinking about all these news stations where it's negative, 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 negative all day, every day, 24 hours a day, negative news in your face. Why do we not have a news channel that just has reporters out there reporting on all of the great things that are happening in the world? Wouldn't that be awesome?
Well, it will definitely will be awesome, but if you really choose to experience that, you can ask that to the universe, and you can actually put yourself in a path that will manifest such choice, such preference. So,
All right. Number of things wants to know, can you please ask Marina if she thinks the Earth is flat or not?
oh, definitely no, and I can tell you a really interesting note on that matter. What I have observed about that flat earth theory, it's that it was a psyop, it was an operation, it was a government operation, not just for matters of experimentation, of to prove if they can really create such a contradictive or conflictive belief system, and introducing into people's consciousness, and to create to the level of creating a movement, that supported that statement. There was another more important reason behind that, and it's to target the communities, the spiritual communities mostly, or the metaphysical ufology communities, to actually believe that the earth is flat, so that we will not become aware of the fact that there is an inner earth, that there are civilizations living inside of earth, because there's a lot of history when it comes to why there is people living inside of the earth, the Hollow Earth, the famous Hollow Earth. So
Yeah, yeah. I've had a star seed on the show before that says that the Earth's core is really like the sun for down there, and that
yes.
everything walks around upside down, and there's dinosaurs down there and everything. Is that true?
Well, I'm not sure I will validate that idea of dinosaurs, because those are species that eventually become extinct by hybridizing with other groups.
Uh-huh.
But I validate that idea that there is an inner sun and that there is inner civilizations.
Yeah, and it's fascinating too because I was just watching a special somewhere where they found this huge, I guess, void or something down in the earth that
Oh,
people.
but as a side comment, even if the majority of them it becomes extinct, maybe there's a possibility that some of them, survive, alone.
Yeah, and
So
do you think the entrance is in Antarctica?
yes, there is. There is. That's why the Nazis went there.
How big is it?
It's like a tunnel. I eventually I eventually went there in the astral in another body with the
Uh-huh.
Nazis into Hollow Earth to that entrance, sorry, is a tunnel, and that tunnel is actually connected or aligned with a really specific star in the sky, because it's an energetic portal.
Yeah, I just got a streaming problem. It's funny as soon as you start talking about that, our stream starts to get interfered with. Not quite human wants to know: are Nazis on the moon?
Yeah, 100% true. They are,
Re-
because in my secret space program experiences, I saw myself in the moon working with the Greys that are helping the Nazis basically in their agendas.
Wow, and so World War II kind of never ended, did it?
Never. That's where what we are right now.
All right. G Don wants to know: is Emery Smith a hybrid lizard humanoid? I'm not really sure who that is.
Yeah, well, Emery Smith, it's a whistleblower like me and like other beings, like other people in the community. I personally haven't seen much of his material, but I have seen some of his presentations on Gaia TV, and I do not believe he's lizard hybrid. I do not have any like crystallized opinion on him because I do not have enough, let's say, evidence or what. But I do not. That's not my first impression on him. To me, he is military that has had experiences, and I think that he's a disclosure agent basically. But I have no solid, let's say, opinion on him.
Do you think I have a question based on, and I might as well give Srirachi some credit here because I have a question based on this comment. He says, I began lucid dreaming for years before I was able to remember what happens and carry it on from night to night. Time isn't the same there. What I learned there, I bring back here. I can live for years. Let me ask you this: based on his statement, is that a different reality? Is that a real reality with dreaming?
Oh, it definitely is a real reality. It is as real as your physical reality. In fact, when you wake up in the spiritual realm, in the dream state, you will perceive the opposite. You will perceive that this is the dream and that's the wake state. But as that is a different aspect of your consciousness here will not perceive it that way. So it goes like that. But it is real, and it's true that time is experienced differently there because it's all and space. The connection and the relationship between each other varies in between dimensions and planes of consciousness, because it is a creation of consciousness. Time it is a not real construct that is rather like an illusion that is created by consciousness itself.
Yeah, it's amazing when you really get down to thinking about what life really is, isn't it?
Yes, it
Uh,
is amazing.
Don Juan wants to know: is the moon a space station? Or
Well,
I mean,
certainly.
is it a real moon?
No, it's artificial. I
Mm.
mean, no. It. What I believe, I have no. I have no solid like evidence or perspective yet, because there's many theories. But what I believe is that it was a natural satellite that was carved inside, so to create, let's say, these different bases, to control or to monitor Earth, but there are also theories that think is artificial. But either way, artificial or not, it has been modified to act as that, to have
Yeah.
bases.
How long ago did that happen, you think?
Oh, thousands and eons of time ago.
Wow. Yeah. All right. AJK says, do you know anything about missing 411? And I guess missing 411 is kind of like, missing kids, missing people all over the planet, all over the earth, like national parks, all kinds of stuff. Obviously, there's an entity that's taking a lot of people, right?
Well, it could be many things. So there's not like any specific answer to that question, because there's many different realities or groups that are focused on that, like, have that interest of abducting people. So I cannot give like a one answer to that, one specific answer.
All right. Patrick Wilson says, "Ask her, is Donald Trump really the devil? Is Trump like in any kind connected to any of this that's going on?"
Well, any president, I'm telling you that any president for sure has at least certain extraterrestrial connection. Like, not anyone gets there, to be a representative of big governments. So it's true that whoever that gets to be in charge or even elected, has to have a really special, like, not really special necessarily, but at least a special like connection. But no, I do not support that he's the devil. I have no comments on that.
Yeah, I mean, they've really gone after him kind of hard. You got to wonder,
Yeah, well, he's meant.
what it is they're going after him so hard for.
Yeah, well,
the deep state wants to take him down like nobody's business.
Yeah. Well, that's not my country, so I have no much info about your politics, but I have tapped into it, and well,
it's the deep state. I mean,
yes.
they're trying to create a global political system, aren't they? I mean, a one world government. Yeah. All right. Srirachi says, do you know of any type of protection for the astral body, the body aliens abduct, while you physically stay in bed?
Yes. But the better protection that you can ever have is to not invite that experience to manifest in your life eventually. By fearing something to manifest, you're basically giving that vibration away to the universe, and what you put out, you receive back, because that's a universal law. So the best kind of protection, apart from meditations and visualizations of golden bubbles of light protecting you, that are really valid, to not fear something to happen, it's the best way to stay protected, as you say.
All right. Number of things says machine elves are jinn. When we see jinn, we are seeing their dreaming bodies as their inorganic bodies live inside black holes. Do you know anything about the jinn?
No.
Okay. What about machine elves?
No idea.
Machine elves are those creatures that people see in when they're doing DMT and stuff.
I have no experience on that matter, so I really cannot give an answer to that question.
It's probably some kind of hallucination or something, I think.
Yes.
Some people think that they're real creatures.
Well, they are real, but in their reality, not in our reality.
Yeah, there you go. That's your reality, man. Keep your own. Reptiles are good-blooded, right? I'm looking for a question. Okay, here we go. Oh, here's a good one. The She Logic says, is there only one of you as a clone hybrid, or is there another clone of you, or maybe more?
Oh, I am sure that I have more than one clone.
Right. Have you ever met any of your other
In the
clones?
astral, I mean, my experiences there in the astral, yes, I've seen my consciousness purposely leaving one body, one vessel there, and getting inside another one.
So do you think clones of the same person share the same consciousness?
Yes and no. It's sharing the same principle, general consciousness, like the holistic, let's say, expression of me as an individual. But as our consciousness is fractal and we have many layers, many aspects of ourself that exist in different layers of awareness, as I said previously, they represent, they channel different aspects. Each body, as I explained, channel different aspects of our consciousness. So it wouldn't be the same me, the same principal personality that I am here.
All right. Sriracha here makes a good point. He says inner Earth may not even be a physical place. Do you think that it's actually a physical place?
It is a physical place, but it has truth, his statement, because many of those inner Earth people are actually from a higher density than us. So to beings that are third density based, they will not be probably able to perceive them. It's like an alternate reality.
Yeah, I mean the gravity there could be totally different. Like us up here on the surface might not be able to handle the gravity of the inner Earth, right? We'll be squished to the ground like a bug, or we'd float up and get sucked into the sun, right? I mean, or is gravity the same? You think?
The
Can I walk
gravity
down
is,
there and walk right into the tunnel and be totally fine? Is the gravity the same?
in a sense, to my experience, and my exploration on matter, it is, but depending, it could be different depending on the curvature of the Earth. So,
Yeah.
but I believe it's the same, because we're saying that there's a whole Earth, not that it should adapt to the sphere, geometrical structure of the planet. So,
All right.
not that we are all facing like the inner sun like that.
All right. Just so we know, guys, I guess we're gonna wrap the show up soon. So I guess any further questions we won't be able to answer, but I do want to finish the ones that are already here, if that's okay with you, Marina.
Sure, I would love to.
All right. So Mary Kay wants to know: are the poles going to shift anytime soon?
Yes, we are in the midst, in the middle, of the process of the phenomenon, let's say, of a pole shift.
It happens slow, doesn't it?
It is, and scientists, our scientific community, are starting to be witnesses of this and have evidence. They are observing how the magnetic, not the geographical, of course, but the magnetic pole of the magnetic North Pole is actually placing itself back. I mean lower, in the sphere, in Earth.
Yeah, but there's
So it's moving.
some people that say that the whole crust it gets loose and spins.
The whole what?
Like the Earth's crust is going to shift. Like the whole crust of the Earth is going to turn. But he doesn't quite know what unlocks it yet. But he says it's going to happen soon, and that's a Suspicious Observers channel.
Well, when there is pole shifts, certainly it affects the environment and the ecosystems on Earth, because every life on Earth is sustained by the magnetosphere, because the magnetosphere is basically what protects us from solar radiation and solar wind phenomena. So it will definitely have effect, like environmental effects, in our ecosystems and our land. So that's true. We might expect that to happen, but we are not yet sure of the specific movements of the pole shift, of the magnetic poles of Earth. So
Yeah. And she also says, "Are we heading into a mini ice age, not global warming?"
No, actually, I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure if it will be rather a nice age than rather than the global warming. That is something that I'm still investigating and channeling and tapping into.
I think the entire crust is going to turn, and
Yes, like pole ship
the ice,
rebels
yeah, yeah, and the
reversal.
ice that we see in Canada and North America and in New York and northern New Jersey, all of that ice is going to be because that's closer to the North Pole now, where it's the crust of the whole planet that turns. I would recommend you guys go check out Suspicious Observer and look for his disaster playlist. And there's some interesting stuff there. Davy Jones Locker, I haven't seen his question, but he would, and he always asks every guest, how does Sasquatch fit into all of this?
The Sasquatch people, they are the original hominids or species, native species that were living here in Earth, among the rest,
So
of
that was
beings.
Earth. Those were Earth. That's Earth's original people.
Yes, and some of them eventually evolve to another dimension. So that's why they are no longer seen. And sometimes, eventually, some people are able to witness them because sometimes they are a vibrational match because they visit this dimension or because they visit their dimension. But another aspect, another version, or I mean, part of them where the, let's say, canvas, for the Anunnaki to create us as their children. They use their genetic material to create humanity as a species. So
Yeah, that's actually probably the best explanation I've heard. So the she logic, I think your question's been answered. That's fascinating to think about. Yeah, you're right. I mean, that would make a lot of sense.
yes.
Caroline Reiki wants to know, Marina, what is at the end of the universe at the very end?
Oh, that question is not correct. I mean, it's not accurate. There's no end of the universe because there has never been a beginning.
So it just goes on and on and on. It's infinite, isn't it?
It has always been on.
Oh, there you go. That's a good question too. Okay, let's see.
I love those kind of questions.
Yeah, that's a good one, right? It's so easy, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. So it looks like I guess I'm looking here. Oh, here we go. The She Logic says, "Are there any human Sasquatch hybrids?"
I
Polish
guess
Polish
those.
Shore, right?
Yes, I guess those are us. Except that the human aspect of that hybrid mix, it's Anunnaki, not us.
Oh,
But
that's
I'm not
true.
sure.
That's
Yeah.
true, isn't it? That'd be us.
Yes.
That'd be us. There you go. Wow, that's fascinating. Wow. All right. So, any parting advice you want to give? I guess before we wrap things up. What if you could tell all of us some advice on how to go forward in this timeline that we're currently in? What would it be?
Well, reading the energy of the people in the chat collectively and generally of people listening, I concluded that I think that the best advice or message to give away is that um, yes, we live in pretty interesting times. Yes, there is a lot of things going on here, there, right, left, up, down, in many different dimensions, many different things. We live in a narrative. There is a history to who we are, but we need to move forward in the best way, to the best timeline, to the best possibility in the universe, in the cosmos. We need to start looking instead of so much outside, also inside. We need to understand that the outside, as I said, is a reflection of the inside. Because we are creators of our reality. So we need to become, if you really truly want to navigate this field or this community or these topics, of the universe. safely and in the way that is the most preferred for you, you really need to consider the idea of spiritual evolution, spiritual awakening, to awake to the fact that you are not just a human having, an isolated experience in a random place on earth or the universe. You are an immensely powerful creator. You are God. It's not that you are a God, but you are God. We are all that creator, that divine God that is responsible for the existence of everything that exists ever in the universe. So just because we're experiencing ourselves as an individual in a planet, in a random location in the universe, it's not really random.
Yeah,
It is.
I need to get some conflict radio t-shirts that say I am an alien Bigfoot hybrid.
It is not a coincidence. You are here for a reason. You are needed. So you need to focus more inside to have more clarity of what is going on outside, because it's all a projection and a reflection of who you are. So the more peace, the more harmony that you achieve with yourself in your inner, in your inside world, the more of that harmony that you will see reflected as an evidence of your creator energy in the outside. So look inside, make sure to tune into the frequency of love, to the frequency of unity, to stop fighting so much, to stop battling so much, to resist so much, and let go, allow everything to happen, but without giving your power away. Make sure that you place your boundaries, that you empower yourself, that you redefine who you prefer to be and what is that you prefer to experience in this universe, because you are here. No matter what, no matter how tiny we think we are big beings, we are great beings. And your opinion counts because it is your reality. So you're always being heard by the universe. So make sure that you put outside, you give away, you state to the universe what is that you prefer for yourself. You make it clear, you say it out loud through your inner voice, and let the universe do the magic, and do the work, do the spiritual work. If you truly want to experience a better timeline for humanity, and love yourself and meditate.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, we are waking up, aren't we? I think
Yes,
I think
we
we're
are.
going in the right direction. And
We
I
are.
think it has a lot to do with the fact that as the earth and the sun is coming into more of a the light side of the universe, right? Where our whole solar system is moving into the light, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks so much. Where can anybody find you? Where can anybody find where you are? Can find your stuff?
Yes. So, well, thank you so much for having me in your
Oh no,
show. It's been a pleasure.
I mean, you want to tell everybody where they can find you?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I haven't heard
I
that
probably
part.
didn't say it right. I'm like lost in my mind. I'm mind blown over here from the show.
Yes, sure. They can start me on Facebook with my name, Marina Seren. I have a page there, and I have a profile in which I post information publicly, in my page. And I also have a web page that goes www.marinaseren.com. And I have a variety of things there. I have channelings, I have downloads, I have information of experiences, I have posts, I have a blog, I have pictures of abduction marks that I have received, of videos that I caught on tape of UFOs, of drawings that I made of beings I've seen. So it's basically like a place that you can find a lot of the information and services that I offer. So yeah, that's my page, and you can serve me there, and you
All
can
right.
email me if you wish.
Yeah, and all of your links are in the description box below, so definitely go down there and check it out. You also have a YouTube channel that I put a link to down there, but you don't have any videos up yet.
Yeah, I am planning to start making videos by this approximately summer, I think.
You
So
have 700 subscribers on YouTube.
yes,
Not one video. I found that fascinating.
I know, right?
So good for you. You're make sure you go there and subscribe so that when Marina does make a YouTube video, you get to be one of the first to know.
Yeah.
So hang on a minute, Marina. Let me wrap this up, and I want to talk to you
Sure.
a little bit off the air, if you don't mind. Thanks, Blue Chicken,
Sure.
for modding, and Paul and all my mods today. Great job. I appreciate everybody being respectful as always. Remember, you can always find Conflict Radio online. Just go to www.conflictradio.net. You can find us on Apple, iTunes, Spreaker, and all of your normal podcast catchers. I'm going to be back on Thursday. We're going to be talking to Geraldine Orozco on Thursday. I'm going to try to talk Marina into joining us on Thursday, but I have no idea what she's going to say. I'll ask her that when we're off the show. But if there's not a show on Thursday, guys, it means I'm sick with COVID and I had to reschedule. And I apologize for that. My wife's really, really sick right now. I'm planning. She just came down with it this morning, last night. So I am expected to get this. Who knows when? But I'm expecting it. I'm taking precautions. I'm doing what I can to try to lighten my load. But we'll see how it goes. And remember, everybody, until next time, batten down the hatches and be safe.
Aircraft that were clearing. Talks about
Greetings and welcome to Conflict Radio.
aircraft that were clearing. Talks about
Greetings and welcome to Conflict Radio. All right, everybody, greetings and welcome to Conflict Radio. Today is January 24th, 2022, and we have our guest, Brian Bowden. He's on the I guess he's on the call with us right now, but hang on a second, Brian. I want to give a shout out to everybody I see hanging out, chilling out with us. So we'll start at the bottom, work our way up, and then come back down and see if anybody else wants to say hi. So we got the Happy Plague Doctor is here, AJK is here, Mary Kay, Al Santoriga, Angel and Jesus Christ is in the house. John Clark, how you doing? He says from Joplin tonight. King of Huku Mundu, Not Quite Human, Vash Wolfwood, Two Hats, Hugo Darn. Let's see. There's Davy Jones Locker, Chuck Bam. Scrolling up to see. Sapphire Elf is here. Hybrid Alien. GRZ23. Pamela Rainey is here. Let's see. Journey Through the Gate Paranormal Portal podcast is in the house already. And Jill, how you doing, Jill? Phoenix Fire, right now, this is me playing video games, is also here today. Let's scroll down and see who else is here. It looks like a bunch of you wanted to get chimed in. Chiru Sounds, Elise Sabiu, Distorted Reality, Joe Kirk, Fred Pace, Stacy Huvius, Val, wow, Pamela Rainey, I might have said that, Two Hats, and Elise Sabiu. Okay, hi from Romania. She says, how's everybody doing today? All right, so the last time I was on the show, my wife was in bed with a really bad case of this sickness that's going around, and I must say, we're all fine now. A week later, everybody is fine, and I must say that I'm just scratching my head in disbelief that we're watching the world really tear itself apart over mandates of this and mandates of that, and just all of this division so that maybe possibly we can avoid 2 days in bed. Now, I do understand that a lot of people, that I guess, there's 1% of the population that have these other conditions that cause, that make it so that this is a big deal, kind of like the flu or anything else for somebody. But I mean, I am not by any means a strong, healthy person. I mean, I guess compared to most strong, healthy people, I would be on the low end of it. I'm a little overweight, 45-year-old, 2-pack a day smoker, and it was like nothing. So I'm kind of at a loss for why everybody is freaking out the way that they are. And I think that maybe the whole thing has been blown up and it is ridiculous. And it doesn't, I guess, it's hard to imagine how stupid and ridiculous all this is until it's actually in your house and you can see it and witness it firsthand. And then you realize, like, really, everybody is fighting over that. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever noticed in my life. So anyway, moving on, we are back. Conflict Radio is back. I mean, we're back. Everybody's healthy, and we're gonna go with it. So, born and raised in New York City, Bryan Bowden set on a path of architectural engineering, but succumbed to the reality that business was his future. Even though he had a love for the sciences, he managed to squeeze in physics and astronomy while studying finance and graduated from Pace University with a degree in international finance with a minor in emerging markets. Bryan is a creator, producer, and co-host of the critically acclaimed Beyond the Realm radio show. He is a publisher, author, musician, and artist. He left a career in Wall Street to start a think tank and pursue business development on a global scale. All right, Bryan is also the co-host of Inside the Goblin Universe. It's a radio program with Ronald Murphy and host of Nobody But Me. He also has appeared several times on Dave Scott's Spaced Out Radio and also has appeared in numerous newspaper articles, independent films, and a variety top-tier podcasts. Bryan, welcome to Conflict Radio, man. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you doing? Thank you for having me back on.
I'm doing really good, and actually, I was very thankful that you messaged me about the show because I wrote you down on a different day. I actually went and was like, oh, who do I have scheduled Monday? Maybe whatever. Maybe I'll reschedule it in case I'm still feeling a bit under the weather. But I looked and saw that nobody was down there, so I was like, oh, all right, well, I'll just do a show on Thursday, whatever. I'll skip today. Then you messaged me like, hey man, how are we doing this? And I was like, oh shit, okay. So I guess I gotta look at my scheduling book and figure out what's going on.
Yeah, so, this is the case with. There's a lot of us are going through this because we all, you have a great show, great podcast. Love the crowd, love everybody in the chat, and a great audience. But there are also other individuals that have, they have good shows. They're not as in your league, but everybody's kind of like. This 2 years has like given people like a brain fog. So I'm forgetting dates left and right. I'm getting yelled at by my wife all the time and my kids, I'm like, my kid's like, Dad, I'm your daughter, I'm like, oh, that's who you are. So yeah, no, I've been there with the dates. I've missed a couple of them myself.
Yeah. It's just amazing. What's going on in the world. It's absolutely nuts. And just to think that, I mean, we're about ready to. I mean, we're gonna start World War III over Ukraine, aren't we?
No. See, I'm how do I say it? I've done a lot in the political realm and United Nations space. I'm not a big fan of the UN, but this was coming either way. This is a Russia thing, and Ukraine, whether you like it or not, even though they broke up, it's one of the former states of the Eastern Bloc, and Russia wants their aspects of it. Excuse me. So they're gonna take, they're gonna do what they're gonna do, and you know what? It's not our business. They're not part of NATO. We're not going to start a conflict over this. It's really not worth it. I think the bigger problem we have for the U.S. is another country that's in Asia, and it begins with C and it sounds like Ina. But that's a total thing. They want to focus the powers that be that are not really good for anybody at all. They're pretty much evil. They want to distract you with that while they, whatever they do for the Ina company.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah. Yep. But it's really interesting from our listener in Romania. I want to thank all those people in Europe and Eastern Europe, especially Romania, that are doing something to fight back on this, and they're not taking this stuff anymore. And this is what we should be doing. We should be taking a key from these people, because freedom isn't free, and you're being trampled on, and we need to stop this.
Yeah. On that note, let's take the politics for the day. We'll throw it aside. I guess 9 minutes, that's long enough to talk about all the garbage in the world. Yep. Let's talk about black eye. Yeah, right. Crack shots talking about the monkeys. Yeah, I don't want to. What is going on with all these missing monkeys in Texas and Pennsylvania? It's like, what is with the missing monkeys? Anyway,
I didn't hear about Texas.
Yeah, there's apparently a crash in Texas too, where a bunch of monkeys went missing.
I think they want. I don't want to even go there.
Yeah, Texas
12
and
monkeys,
PA.
and yep. I don't. PA's crazy enough as it is. Add a former lab monkey to it, and then you got yourself a nice mix of craziness.
Yeah, we have to emphasize that they are lab monkeys that are missing. They're just not regular zoo monkeys. They're monkeys from laboratories where they test, all kinds of weirdness. But anyway, let's move on. I do want to talk about black-eyed kids and cryptozoology in general.
Sure.
Before we get on the black-eyed kids, and I don't mean to throw this out there, but there might be people listening, or people that are just searching for cryptozoology. That what is cryptozoology actually, and where did that word come from? Like who created that?
It's kind of odd. I take it back to I forgot his name, but there's a cryptozoological society over in the UK, and it's the study of oddities and non-science based animals or beasts. So they had to give it some kind of term to make it sound more official than, hey, there's a unicorn outside. So cryptozoology is something that is totally unknown in the world. As for who really put it down, I got to be honest, I haven't paid attention. I don't have a degree in this. It's just something that after about 45 years of investigating almost everything, it's part of the course. And I use cryptozoology to describe Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Dogman, werewolves, strange,
anything, right? Fairies, gnomes, giant turtles. The Happy Plague Doctor says.
Giant turtles, yes. Gigantic turtles, even octopus, in my opinion, are part of the cryptozoological fray, because
or the giant squid, right?
Yeah, well, see, it's really funny. The octopus, there's no reason why. There's nothing that really links it to this planet, and it's been studied. And it's like, this shouldn't be here. So this could have been something that came off a meteor from other end of another galaxy that was traveling through space, hit the Earth, and the next thing you know, you have these creatures that can transform into, any shape. They could change their texture, their color. I mean, they're amazing creatures. So if you didn't know anything about this, you saw an octopus, you saw it change its shape and its color and its physical, get ridges on it. You'd be like, what mystical creature is this? But it's an octopus.
Yeah. Al Santariga says cryptography, the study of undiscovered creatures. And I would imagine that would be anything like Loch Ness or anything like that.
100%. It's I guess when they
Gnomes,
were
right?
gnomes, or yes, gnomes would be it. Some people used to call it mysterious beasts to make it sound, great
What
or
were those?
mysterious.
What were those things from Fraggle Rock? Do we have any idea what those things were?
Oh, those are just Muppets. That's it. I don't even know. I mean, like,
They would be cryptids, right?
yeah. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go so far to say that I remember being introduced to this at a young age. Thank you, Leonard Nimoy, and In Search of, with the Yeti, the Bottomless Snowman, Loch Ness Monster, and Bigfoot, the Patty footage for the most part. But this has grown. There's Dogman, there's Goatman, there's Lizard Man, there's flying human cryptids. There's even, I believe it's pterodactyls and thunderbirds. These are animals that should have been extinct for decades. There's a plesiosaurus dinosaur reportedly, Mabumbo, or what, I forgot the name of it, in Africa. So this is all this mysterious
Snuffleupagus.
stuff. Yes, Snuffleupagus would be one animal. The Muppet. Anything seriously in Chupacabra. Someone's mentioned Chupacabra. Yes, the
Now,
goat sucker.
what about like demons or angels or genies or
Okay.
ghosts? Would they all be considered cryptids as well?
I would. Okay, so in the ghost spectrum, I would say that falls into the, ghost hunting, spirits, and paranormal. When most people think paranormal, they're thinking of, in my opinion, ghosts. They'll call it ghost hunting now because of the show, but that was on that end of it. But as far as genies, it goes back in history to the jinn, and the jinn were these entities that ruled the earth until God decided to put man on it, and he banished them into the darker regions where he said the earth, humans shall be ruling the earth, not you, and took it away from them. The jinn have had a problem with us as human beings for millennia because they were ruling the roost. When you get into the Holy Saint Michael prayer, it says, protect us from Satan, all evil spirits prowling, the earth, seeking the ruin of man. There were, before you had the devil here, before you had Lucifer and demons, you had other entities and beings that were on this planet, be it interdimensional or extraterrestrial or that just exist, that were here long before God got here. And God cleared the way and said, nope, we're not doing this.
So, but those would be cryptids too, then. I mean, right? I mean, it's like a legend of lore.
Yeah, it all gets into folklore and legend. The jinn, otherwise known as genie's magic bottle and what have you, they come to fruition through Arabic law, Arabic folktales. So they're mostly a Middle Eastern based or Arabic, nomadic type of entity that they don't even want to discuss because they don't want to bring it. It's funny. We had a phone call today with someone who contacted us about some experience, and we knew this, and a lot of the Native Americans know this. You don't mention the name of these things. You don't mention it because then if you mention its name, you give it energy and a purpose, and they're worried about it coming back to them to haunt them. That's why they don't. That's why they'll spell SKINWALKER instead of saying it, or the Winnie the Go, because they don't want this stuff to come to them. But the problem we have today in this last probably year or so is we have this religious connotation coming in from multiple directions that everything they're listing everything as a demon. Sasquatch is a demon, Bigfoot, demon, Dogman's demons, ghosts are demons, interdimensional beings are demons. It's just anything, or a fallen angel, or they use the Nephilim, right? And I just don't buy it. I think these are all individual entities. Demons are demons, and these are their own, entities. This is a species, whatever you want to call it, and that's what it is. It's just they're using a generalization, and I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's even relative to the subject. It's too ultra
All
right
right. Well,
religious.
where would black-eyed kids fall into this? Would they be considered demons or cryptos?
Well, some people would fear them as demons, and I lean a little bit to a some kind of demonic entity, but I also lean with something more so of an interdimensional. And it's interesting because they're smart enough to know how to prey on the human consciousness and emotions. See, we're one of the few that have emotions. As, you know, there are other animals that have some kind of emotional, feel to them, but we really go by our emotions. Feeling's very important. So they know that if they present themselves as helpless children, we're 9 out of 10 times we're going to be like, hey, yeah, we'll help you. We'll get you to the police station. But the problem with black-eyed kids is there's this fear, this innate fear that just overcomes you when they're present. It starts off as a startleization, like you'll be someplace, they'll knock on your door at a house, or they'll knock on your car. Matter of fact, I can tell you the first person that really reported it was a reporter out of Abilene, Texas, in 1996, and that was Bryan Bethel. He was the first one. He didn't believe in any of this stuff. He wasn't one of those believers, but he was going to pay his utility bill, and they had one of these things where they had a utility bill box, so you can, just drop it in there. So you don't have to wait till the store opens up to pay your cable, electric, whatever. And it was at night. It was late at night, and he pulled in front of a movie theater awning to get some lights because he was writing a check. He was going to get it, put it in the envelope, and then drop it in the box. And these two kids knocked on his window, startled him, like, hello? And, they said, can you give us a lift, please? We're trying to catch this movie, and we've got our money, so can you just give us a lift home? And he was taken back, and he said that when it happened, he just got this. He went to open the door, but there's something inside him said, do not open that door. He said he was gripped with such tremendous fear that it scared the hell out of him. And the kids, as he didn't do anything about it, he was trying to be polite, but they got more aggressive. And then he said that their eyes changed from having they were dark to begin with. They were like wearing hoodies. There was like a 16-year-old, well, someone who looked like more like a 15, 16-year-old, and a younger one, like 10-ish. Like, this is like the late show, 11:30 at night, right? And he was about to open the door. He was, playing on the compassion side of him. Then he realized that if he gave him a lift, the movie already started, so they're going to miss the movie. And then they got more aggressive. Just open the door. Why don't you open the door? Let us in. We'll open the door. And it freaked him out, and he just took off. He took off from it, and the whole incident really shook him. And he wrote it, he wrote about it, he penned it. And, again, this is a non-believer in this stuff. He's just a writer and a reporter, writer, and he writes, whatever he can get his hands on, be it short stories or, reporting on incidences for variety magazines or newspapers. And this incident totally threw him. He's heard he heard the horror stories, but this was like, what the hell was this? He's freaked out by it. So he was the first one to do it. And roughly around that time, there was also another report. I don't know the full details. It's kind of hard to get them, but there was a report roughly of the same type of situation, kids in distress, odd type of moment. They're at the house of this person. They knock on his door. Hey, can we come in? We need help. Late at night, and the owner of the door opens, and they ask, can we come in? And he doesn't say anything, and he gets that feeling of dread, and their eyes turn, like, not just their pupils, we're talking the whole entire eye, the tapia, everything, jet black. And he said, I've never had that kind of fear in my life, and I slammed the door and I closed it. And he didn't leave that spot. And something said to him, do not let these things in. So, when you research this stuff, and when you get other reports in different areas, but what I found is, something I found very interesting is that the first report was in Abilene, and it's not that far away from Waxahachie, Texas. Okay, what Waxahachie makes it so important, and why I'm leading you to it, as well as the other one in Portland, Oregon, is one of the world's largest colliders was being built there. That's a particle accelerator, like the the Hadron Collider over in Europe, CERN. And they did some testing there. They never finished it, but right around the same time they were supposed to, get really rocking and rolling, and is roughly around the time frame of when this incident took place. Move yourself to the West Coast, Portland, Oregon, where that interest, took place. They have several other colliders in there. Portland State University specifically has its own internal collider. And this, I think, and there are a couple other incidents around the world, and there are other colliders there. They weren't on the grand scale as CERN. CERN's hundreds of miles in circumference, but these were smaller particle accelerators. And I think, this is my theory, that they were playing around with these things, and they created a rip in our timeline, our dimension, with other dimensions. Unbeknownst to them, or maybe it was, I don't know, I wasn't there. Things started probably getting weird.
So you're talking kind of like a rip, like in the in that Stranger Things show, right?
Yep, that's exactly what would have been. So they're accelerating particles, and it's like kids playing with fireworks. You don't know, like, hey, they light a firecracker, great. Let's go bigger, and then they blow their hand off. They have no clue what they were playing with because they're quote unquote scientists. But what I think they did was they did put a rip in space time, and as well as dimension. This gets into quantum physics, multiple dimensions at the same time. So we have like 27 same timelines going at the same time. There's another interview exactly on Conflict Radio. It's probably spelled with a K in a different timeline, and
that'd be cool.
Overlapping.
I'd like to listen to that show.
Well, it could be very, very cool with the K in it, but what happens is if you create a hole, or you leave a hole. Let's say you leave a hole in your house, right? And you live in the country. What's going to come through that hole? Well, water is going to come on. You know that. But you're also going to start getting varmints, right? You're going to get rats or mice or bugs or snakes or whatever. And I think these things came in. They said, ooh, what's this? And they knew exactly what they wanted. And I think they went to go and prey on people to get them to come outside or allow them to come in so that they could, for all intents and purposes, ingest them. And it may have something to do with the soul, but I think it's also the taste of human flesh.
Now, didn't they just turn on CERN? It was off for a while, wasn't it?
It was off for a while. They turned it back on, and they're building a bigger one. But I'm gonna bypass CERN for 2 seconds here and go into where this connects a little bit more to the cryptozoological type of thing.
All right.
Right now in the Chicago area, there are massive, they've been for a couple of years now, massive sightings of these Mothman-esque flying humanoids. Literally these creatures that with wings flying like giant bats. It looks very much like the Mothman that you had in West Virginia, Point Pleasant. And that, the bridge, they had the Mothman hanging on the bridge collapsed, people died, they said it's a bad omen. I think what was taking place there and what took place at the one up in Chicago, why we have so many sightings of this, is the first collider ever was up in Illinois, MILAB. And I think they created a rip in space-time there. They shut down, they started in the early mid-90s. They shut down around 2008 to 2010. They just abruptly shut down. And these things started popping out. Then they picked it back up again and they started doing it. And now more and more sightings of these creatures that some people are reporting as interdimensional. And some people are reporting communication with them using remote viewing and other, I guess, enhanced human capabilities, gifts, talents,
Yeah.
psychicness. It's also interesting to note that when at the same time that the collider was shut down abruptly, is the same time that and I keep forgetting the name of this paranormal investigator, but that's when the Mandela effect was first giving its name, because this paranormal investigator, she thought that Nelson Mandela was dead, but when she did the research, she could have sworn he was dead, but when she did the research, he was alive, and from that point forward, we've had this Mandela effect on top of it, and I contend that think of our timeline as timeline A, right? We're playing on it. We create a rip in timeline A and we hit some of the side timelines, B and C and D. And I think what happened is part of timeline A, when they stopped it and things went back together, we went from timeline A and we joined in with the end of timeline B. And now this is why people born up to a certain age, up to like 1990, 9 to 2009, see and remember things one way versus individuals that said, no, I never saw that. I remember it always is this way. It would be logical. On our timeline, it was the Fruit of the Loom with the cornucopia. On the other timeline, it was this Fruit of the Loom without the cornucopia. And if you ask now, it'll just be without the cornucopia, because we got that end of the timeline attached to our timeline. And I think because of this experiment, they allowed a ton of these different interdimensional creatures to start just coming through the cracks.
Yeah.
And like what's going on here? Oh, that's interesting. Ooh, those taste good.
Well, if they really did come through and they're here now, why are we not seeing more of them run around, or why are we not getting more pictures of them or people posting videos of them? Like why is every picture we see always a crappy picture or a crappy video from far away? Like
that's a little bit easier to explain than you would think. Again, there's a couple of variables here. So when you're talking about science and you talk about these colliders, you're not just talking about a couple of scientists. You're talking about governments and government agencies. All scientists are paid, be it directly or indirectly, through the U.S. government, specifically the military and black projects. It's a fact. Okay, they're definitely, that's where they're getting their compensation from. And if they're doing these things and stuff goes awry, or monkeys escape from a truck, they have to do everything in their power to cover it up. So anybody that's posting stuff that would be negative towards the project or be presumed as a hazard, they're going to cover it up. They're going to stop it. Don't talk about it. Maybe they'll kill people. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll discredit people.
You bring up a good point that you might not even have realized you brought it up, but it just gave me an idea when you were talking about those monkeys. Like, what if they weren't monkeys? What if they had something caged and they were bringing it from one thing to another, or from one place to another place, and it crashed and these things got out? What if it was something from a different dimension or a parallel universe?
But you see, that's the whole thing. It very well could have. Maybe it looks like a monkey. Maybe it looks very similar to a primate, but it's not. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's maybe it's an alien species. Maybe it's a genetic experiment, DNA type of thing, where they combine like a monkey with an elephant or whatever.
Yeah.
And you've got a dangerous animal there. Besides the fact that we've all seen these movies, like, I mean, like, as soon as I heard about the monkeys, I'm like, oh, there we go. There's Ebola, the new word of the day.
Oh,
Ebola.
no, that's exactly what I was thinking too, actually.
Yep, monkey zero.
But you're right. It could be a monkey tiger hybrid, right?
It very well could be. I mean,
there's no telling, I guess.
There's a lot of scientists.
Sapphire Health says
God.
it's a squonk.
It's a squonk. Oh, poor squonk.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, it can kill you with its, like index finger, but it's a poor squonk. Yeah, whatever it is. But this, I know it's a theory, but it's actually a little bit more plausible than some of the other things. Like, oh, it's just from an alien. I think it's actually interdimensional. I think we're getting more and more interdimensional beings coming here, and some of those beings have been here for a while. They know how to transfer in and out. And I never was this in the beginning. When I started, I was more on the primate gigantopithecus type of bandwagon, but we had an experience in a couple of couple investigations that changed my perspective, and I believe that Sasquatch is its own species and it can go interdimensional. It has the ability, innate, I can't explain it just yet, to change its physical form into different types of particles and energy to go into that interdimensional space. And what if that can do it, then there are other entities that can do it too. And, from the black-eyed kids to those shadow people that visit you in the middle of the night. The difference between shadow people and black-eyed kids: shadow people will come to you and scare you. That energy, that scare energy, that adrenaline. And I'm not talking adrenochrome right now, so just so you know.
Oh man, you shouldn't have said that.
I'm not talking about that.
You get me in trouble.
But it's basically, it's kind of similar to that principle. That's their energy source, and that's why the moment you don't get scared from these things, they go away. They don't even bother coming back. They will never come back to you if you stand up to them. So that's an energy source, but we're also a food source to a lot of these entities.
I would imagine so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean the Dracos too, right? We had an alien human hybrid on the show, I guess a week ago, last Monday, who said that humans are bred for eating, a lot of these underground places.
Well, it's very interesting. You said that. A lot of people,
I said
about,
that.
A lot of people talk about cattle
mutilations. We danced that line here.
Yeah. Well, in the 70s, 80s, there's a lot of cattle mutilations. These animals the organs are surgically removed. There's no blood. There's select features, the sexual organs are taken.
You freaked me out about when you say stuff like that, because I was in 1994. I was going through, I guess, the country roads in Alabama with some friends of mine. I think I was 18, 19 years old that, I worked with at the restaurant or whatever. And we were just looking for a place to, have a bonfire, smoke a little smoky smoke. And we were looking for some cardboard or paper or something, just trash on the side of the road to use for kindling because it was kind of wet. And we stopped. There was a cardboard box on the side of the road. So we stopped, right? Let's grab this cardboard box. That's great. And we pull over the side of the road. We go to the cardboard box, and lo and behold, we dumped it out on the side of the road to see what was in it. And it was literally a cow's head in there. And it was a straight line cut off, like if you had cut the head off with a laser. You know what I mean? Like, it was just a straight cut in a cardboard box on the side of the road out here in Alabama. And I hear that, man, that really freaked me out. I'll never forget that. I remember that to this day. I remember I remember like that whole night.
Yeah, I think if you've seen that would kind of like resonate with you for the rest of your life. But what part of this whole thing is everybody's trying to explain this, and there's a lot of UFO activity over these type of mutilations, but no one really wants to talk about the human mutilations that are found. And part of the human mutilations goes back to the gray aliens. That yes, we did make an agreement. Eisenhower made an agreement. You could abduct some people, and we get information and science and whatever. But a lot of these ET, the smaller grays, no more than 4 feet tall, they have a taste for human flesh, and they have definitely have escaped their captivity or have come here on craft. They abduct people. They take the parts that they want, and they eat them. and it's not eating them through the mouth. The way that these creatures do ingest is through through their skin. So they would rub it on their skin, and it gets into their paws and that pores, and
Oh,
that's how they eat. But people don't want to talk about human mutilations because it's that's a direct, like, oh, these aliens are so cool and the Galactic Federation, blah blah blah.
well, I mean,
There's
it happens, right? I mean, there's
yeah.
literally there's what I think the last statistic I saw, at least this is pre 2020, it was like 800,000 people go missing in the United States every year.
Yep.
That's a lot. Think about it. That is a lot of bodies that have not been found.
Right, and Alaska's a huge place for people to disappear, and I'm going to say that some of them have gone the way of abductions, like extraterrestrial based. Some
Yeah.
of them have been, I would say, used for rituals, and we'll leave it at that. Something that's very interesting that came across a few times with me in the last couple of months is, we have a lot of people being bussed from the border that are trying to enter this country illegally. And apparently the U.S. government, or the specific administration that's in power right now, has been busing them to select parts of the country. It just so happens that a lot of these parts of these countries are where DUMBs are. That's deep underground military bases.
Yeah, we're starting to dance into areas we should probably avoid. Let me ask you this. I do want to get away from that. I had again, I'm going to mention the last guest I had on the last show because she absolutely blew my mind. I think I had to take a week off after doing that show because I couldn't think about anything else for like 4 days except for what we talked about. But she had mentioned that Sasquatch and Bigfoot, whichever you want to call it, is really the native humanoid to Earth, and that humans, us, we are Sasquatch alien hybrids. What would you think of that?
I think it's actually a pretty decent theory. It's not a bad theory. Yeah, I mean, for a while there, the thought of the missing link being a Sasquatch is very plausible. That space between, like, okay, because we're missing something here. We go up to a certain point, then all of a sudden it disappears, and the next thing you know, you have humans. There has to be, what's that piece, one or two pieces that are missing? And it very well could be extraterrestrial intervention, experimentation with human DNA, or creating this DNA and seeding this planet. I could see that happening. Now, when you're talking about the person who says that they're on the, was said reptilian, or what part of the space were they from that they're claiming that they're a hybrid?
The Greys.
The Grey. Okay, well.
Yeah, I guess there's different evolutions of the Grey.
Yes, there's small Greys, there medium Greys, which are about 6 to 7 feet tall.
Yeah, and there's even mechanical Greys, like engineered Greys. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the small Greys are engineered. They're extraterrestrial biological entities. They're clones. Yeah, they're worker bees. They're the ones that, go get this, you do this, whatever. They're not very intelligent. On the intelligent quotient, they're under 100 if you're using an IQ. The ones that are in the middle are usually ambassadors, and those are the ones that are making the deals. They speak for some of the higher ups, be it the taller Greys, or Pleiadians or Nordics or whoever else that they are kind of working with. They have a relationship also with reptilian-based creatures, entities, extraterrestrials, and those reptilians are a lot more. They like us. We're tasty, and they're not afraid to say it. And I do put some, I would put that we are probably an experiment more so than we know.
Yeah, well, humans taste like pork, right?
Well, according to a couple of Hawaiians that I've interviewed, yes. Humans, they said this. 2 people actually said, I was in Hawaii I did the honeymoon there, and I talked to everybody. My wife hates it. Um, well, I said, you guys eat a lot of spam. What the heck's going on with that? And two of them, separate times, separate people, I asked. It's the closest thing they said to the taste of human flesh, because Hawaiians were cannibals at one point. So think about that. And human flesh and pork, very similar. Hence, why if you go back to the Old Testament, pork is banned from being consumed because it's human
so
flesh.
close. Yeah, it's so close.
Mhm.
Isn't that why the Bible says not to eat it as well?
Yep. It's
Crazy.
very reminiscent of the flesh of a human being. And
that means that our stomachs are like bacon.
yeah, our bellies are that good belly cut. You can grill them and
Yum.
this is good. Let me get some eggs on that. It's so, I mean, like, a lot of all these crazy things are interrelated. This is where it's good. See, this is what cryptozoology is about. It's the unknown. It's what I've been trying to do, and my partner who's up there in the what do you call it, in your chat right now. We both have our own opinions. I think out of the box. He's a little bit more, in a different direction. But what's great is he'll throw a theory my way. I'll say you're crazy, and then something will happen. I'm like, oh, maybe he's right, and I go back the same way, and he's like, you're crazy, and then it comes, sometimes it pans out. So we work really, really well with each other. But these are the questions, and these are the mysteries that we're trying to solve, and trying to get answers for. Soylent Green, I'm seeing someone up there. It tastes like chicken. I'm sure we taste like chicken. In a
not quite human says he's getting hungry now with us talking about bacon.
Well, yeah. What can I tell you? But it's there's a lot of extraterrestrials, on the ET side of it. They are here for domination. They're very aggressive, extremely intelligent, super powerful. I do believe they have more control or influence over the governments of the world and individuals, and they're here to stay. They're not going anyplace. But
I agree with you. I think they've been here for a long time. I think they're born here, they're raised here. They might not ever even I guess it had been to their home world, right? They're born here, been here, and I mean they'll never go back. They'll stay here forever and ever. I mean, I would imagine just the same as people, like if we were to send people asleep on a cruiser or whatever and send them into space, 500,000 years, from now, they land at some planet. I mean, they're not going to have any idea what Earth was like,
Well, that generation would, but the next, generation thereafter, and so on.
But once you get into 3 or 4 generations later, that they're, it's probably just a myth.
Yeah, it's that's the whole thing. I believe that we have extraterrestrials that have been here for millennia. And we have, I don't think the current Earth and what we see there and what we've discovered in the fossil record is accurate at all. We're finding newer things as we dig deeper. I think there were societies on this Earth well before we got, our existence, that got to a certain point and did like every other society. They destroyed themselves.
Yeah. Do you think that it's possible that some of these cryptids are coming out of the hollow Earth?
I 100% believe that they are coming out of the hollow Earth. Cryptids. It's not just an interdimensional thing. There's been talks of lizard people, in inner Earth, tall whites, Nordics in inner Earth, and other entities that have lived in different levels of the inside of the Earth that exist there right now, like massive cities that we have yet to been able to publicly state that they exist.
Yeah, until Antarctica melts, and there it is.
Exactly the point. Isn't it very interesting that nobody can go to Antarctica without express permission from a select nation or two on this planet? I mean, Antarctica is literally controlled by every nation of the planet. They know things.
You can charter a sailboat to bring you to Antarctica, and then you can just get out and walk wherever you want to go. I wouldn't imagine somebody's going to stop you from walking.
Oh, they're going to stop you, all right.
I mean, you might have to walk
Guaranteed.
2,000 miles over, mountain ranges through snow and stuff. But
I think it was.
I mean, what do they have drones up there just looking for walkers?
They have everything up there. They have flights over it. They have bases on it. They're discovering places within it. I'm talking about miles and miles under the ice. And the reports are real cities, extraterrestrial based. There are even reports that some of the, at the end of World War II, 250,000 Nazis disappeared from the planet. And the ongoing talk or discussion or report is they had technology. They were very close to creating a real flying saucer. And their technology, rocket technology that we got through Operation Paperclip, when it came from...
Paperclip, Operation Paperclip happened right here in Huntsville, Alabama.
Well, who the godfather of NASA is, right?
Yeah, von Braun, yeah. He was a horrible Nazi.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's many nice Nazis in the grand scheme of things.
I mean, but he was a bad one. In fact, I pick up a lot of Germans sometimes because I Uber around this town, and they laugh because we have like the von Braun Center and von Braun this and von Braun that all down here in Huntsville. And they'll laugh like you can't even say his name in Germany or they'll fine you.
Yep, they will, because I mean he was part of the party. They were. I kid you not, under 24 hours away from literally winning this war with technology that blew us away. We didn't have it. We had a lot of scientists, but we didn't have what they had. And when von Braun at one point was interviewed by another reporter that got the opportunity, they had lunch and they said, well, you were so close to winning. Where the heck did you get all this technology? How did you discover it? And von Braun said without question, we got help from them. And he pointed up. And he wasn't talking about God. He was talking about extraterrestrials. That's what he's basically saying. So they created a craft called the Nazi Bell, and there may be some actual movie footage of it that circles around the globe that is real, but the rumor is that the 250,000 Nazis escaped by going to an underground base in Antarctica. They were heavily present in Antarctica for a specific reason, and they were told to go there. And
I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of what happened during World War II isn't being played out right now.
This could be the Fourth Reich we're talking about right now.
Yeah, with the deep state and everything that we see going on now. I mean, a lot of people say that this is all pretty much it all has to do with that kind of technology. It's fascinating, really.
It's not only that technology, but, and I'm not going to go into it, but if you parallel what has taken place in the last 3 years, it parallels almost to the letter what took place in Nazi Germany and how they got into power and all the stuff. But it would get into things that would get you shut down, and I'm not going to talk about it.
Yeah, we certainly strayed away from our Black-Eyed Kids subject a little bit. But let me ask you this: we were talking about shadow people before we got on our little tangent there. Let me ask you a shadow people now. There's a lot of them that don't care if you know that they're there or not. I mean, they'll go around the house doing their own thing. They don't care if you see them or not. They're kind of just do their own thing. Like I've seen one before, and it just walked right by me and just didn't have a care in the world that I noticed it or that I knew it was there. It just doesn't care.
What was your feeling about it? Did you feel
it
afraid?
Startled me, but I wasn't afraid of it at all. Really, I was just like, well, whatever, go do your thing.
Well, yeah. See, that's what it gets back to. What I feel that they feed off of fear. I kind of use the example of Monsters Inc., right? So they create a doorway, they go into a kid's room, they scare them, and then it energizes the battery, and then they leave, right? The scare, that energy, that focus is what they get off on. That's why when a lot of these reports, you'll say, I had this fear that I couldn't move and there was something there, and it kind of get closer, and they kind of get closer to you and lean into you and almost engulf you because they're eating that energy. They want that. I don't think it has to do with anything demonic or soul based as much as that's their food source, that fear. The adrenaline creates a byproduct because technically every human being has an electric kind of current through their body. We are electric in many ways.
I mean, that's our brain, right?
Right. So it's like this is how they recharge themselves. This is their food source. And when you're not afraid, you change your energy to a different type of output. That adrenaline picking up, like, I'm going to kill you. And they back away usually. But you weren't a threat to it, and it knew that, well, this one's not going to work. So I'll go through the house to try to find somebody that I will get, and they appear in different ways. I don't know why sometimes they call them Hat Man, and they wear like this, brimstone type of hat or whatever. I don't know what the purpose is, maybe to make themselves look bigger than they are. Because I've seen small ones that are probably 3 to 4 feet tall. I've seen tall ones that are about 6 to 7 feet tall. Matter of fact, my first ever experience with a shadow person, never had one thereafter. It was one of these nights, my child was sleeping, and I was able to shut all the lights off in the house. I have yet to be able to shut off all the lights in my house in the last 10 years at night because my kids go crazy in the dark. But I shut them all off. My wife's sleeping. The door was closed. I didn't want to bother her. And I was in the bathroom. I came out I shut the light off in the bathroom, had my eyes adjust to the dark. I opened the door and I walked out. And then maybe 5, 6 feet. And then my door to the bedroom is to the right of me. The minute I opened the door, there was this shape that was right in front of me by the door that was human shape. I saw where the head would be. It was blacker than the black of the room. I saw the shoulders, and I saw this thing right in front of me, no more than a foot away. I put the gun back, the right, and I took a shot at it, and it disappeared. I'm like, what the hell was that? And when I walked in the room, I looked over to the right where my wife was sleeping, and there was one coming closer. I said, hell no, and I ran after it, and it just dispersed, and I've never seen it again.
So, Hat Man, what kind of hat does Hat Man wear? Is it a sombrero or a top hat?
No, think of like a Stetson, or what's the hat that
what's a cowboy hat?
Like a cowboy hat, like in Curious George, the guy that's the owner. He wears that wide rim hat, and kind of like Hoss would wear on. I'm gonna give my age away there. Bonanza, some kind of hat shaped like that, or it's a stovepipe hat. Kind of similar to a chimney sweep in My Fair Lady, or what the hell.
Oh, okay. My Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins, like Mosa. And
it's not a top hat like where there's top hats and canes and stuff.
No, no canes. It's just.
Is it the same hat in every country, or is some countries the sombrero might be scary, right? Like.
It could be scary, but if you're used to sombreros and you see someone with like a top, like a tin hat, like one of those, what they use now in steampunk stuff, you would be like, "What the hell is that? That's unusual." It's all based on. I would
laugh
fear,
at a shadow person with a sombrero on. I think that'd be funny.
I think that would be hysterical. I'm like, "Oh, tequila? Okay, come on, let's go, some tequila."
It's not scary at all.
Yeah,
let's get drunk.
Yeah, let's go. You got some Mexican gold? Come on, let's go. But it's I'm sure it's different in different for different people, but it's not necessarily the hat that matters as much as it's the fear. Some people are just deathly afraid of this, and then it moves from seeing this thing away from them, or it could be at the other end of the room, to it getting closer and then closer until it's right near them. And they said that they feel this weight, like they're being held down. And, they don't want to look at it, but they're totally terrified. And that's basically common in every situation.
Yeah.
It's the fear aspect of it. Tell you what, if you live in a Second Amendment state, and you come into the house, hat or no hat,
Yeah.
I think
Be
someone's
careful
gonna put
not
some
to.
blood in you.
I don't want to shoot up my walls
Yeah.
over a shadow person.
Well, I mean, it's totally different. Now that you understand that it's the fear that makes the moment, if you're not fearful of it, and I know it's easier said than done especially if you live by yourself, but
Yeah,
yeah.
a Lincoln hat, the type of hat Lincoln wears.
Yes,
Is that what you're talking about?
stove top or
Yeah, the
stovepipe
Lincoln
hat.
hat. Yeah.
Lincoln
Thank
hat.
you.
Yeah,
I'm looking Holonaut Psychtron with that one. Threw that one out
right.
there.
I don't think it's a bowler, McFadden. That would be a little bit too much like Watson from Sherlock Holmes.
All right.
But yeah, and I think that they all prey on fear between the black-eyed kids, and there's a fear factor in both of them. I think the shadow people prey on the fear and they use that as energy. But I think what happens with the black-eyed kids and their desire it's very interesting. They have to get permission before they come in, which is very odd. Like, and this is something I've been, my buddy Al and I talked to a couple other people, about this. Why is it that a lot of these negative, entities, cryptozoological entities, Dogman, which looks like a werewolf, that the Hat Man, the Shadow People, these black-eyed kids, for some reason, when they get to your home, I mean, they can come in if they want, break a freaking window, but for some reason they don't, and they always try to seek permission or get you to come outside. Come outside, and for some reason it's been throwing me forever. It's like a vampire. A vampire can't come into your home unless you give it permission. So it's the same thing with black-eyed kids.
What happens if you give them permission?
Well, that's where the S hits the fan. You let these kids, it's funny. You have people reporting these black-eyed kids events, some of which I think are genuine, some of which I think are people, scared out of their mind just from a situation, and so they're gonna make it's all psychosomatic. But you don't hear from the people that let them in the house. You never hear from those people. It would be a nice perspective to know what the hell happened.
It's part of that 800,000 that are missing.
Yeah, well, I think, or lunch,
Yeah.
Who knows?
There you go.
They could literally just, they could come if they could change.
So why do they have to have your permission? I don't know. Like, I can't. Why do they have to have your permission to actually come in? Like what does giving them permission actually do that allows them to come inside?
I think it's like a lot of things that have been taking place in the world with select evil people of the world that have taken place. The evil people around the world and what's been going on the last couple of years, they always tell you in advance what they're going to do. And when you do not balk at it, when you do not say, no, you can't do that, it's almost giving permission. So I think them asking to come in the house by you welcoming them in your house, and the house is the holiest place in the land. Your home is supposed to be a holy place where God exists, and good and love and light and that type of stuff. By letting them in, you're saying, oh, you can come in, and then once you give them permission to come in, they're going to devastate you. You allowed it to happen by giving me permission to come in. You don't know who I am, but that's when that inner sense of fear kicks in, right? When you get that sixth sense, like your stomach hurts, like, no, something's wrong about this, or you get that incredible fear, and that's the difference. That's where it is. Your sixth sense, that gift that God gave to everybody, the ability to understand when there's good things happening, when bad or something's not right. that's telling you, listen, these things are evil. Don't let them in your house.
Yeah.
And, and I mean, it would be great to hear from somebody that, well, I let them in and they try to, they attacked me and I had to fight them off. And,
Yeah, or
they
your
try to bite
car,
me.
right? They want to get in your car too. That's true. So if anybody
Yep.
out there is listening, has had a black-eyed kids encounter, and you've actually let them into your house or your car, and you're alive to tell the story, send us an email at info@conflictradio.net, and we'll get you on the air to tell your story. That sounds like fun.
That would be great.
You ready for some questions, man? We've
Yes.
got quite the group of questioner askers, I suppose. Is the conflictors. They're pretty good. They're not conflicting, but they're conflictors, if that makes any sense.
That's fine. I'm ready.
But they always had the best questions. It's what I hear from every single guest that we have. You guys are awesome. So now is your time. Make sure you hit that like button. Check out our store. Also, all the links to Bryan Bowden are down in the description box below. Make sure you check those out as well. If you have a question, now's the time. You can write it down in the YouTube, I guess, chat box there. Not the comments section, but the live chat box, and we can get to them. So
Yep.
I guess we'll get started. Let me ask you a question first, and then we'll get on to them as I'll have to hunt them down. So have you heard about the new? And I'm just going to throw this out there: the new Beavis and Butthead remake that they're doing.
I heard that something like that was taking place.
Yeah, I thought it was awesome because you know who Corn Pop is, right?
Yeah,
All right.
You like to touch your legs. You like to touch my legs.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So apparently they're gonna have a Cornholio. It's really gonna it's gonna be like they're
going that direction.
They're gonna be 45 years old, and Cornholio is gonna be Corn Pop, right? Like he's gonna be bullying people down at the local pool. So
that's actually pretty cool, and I love the fact. God bless those guys for literally taking that and running with it. That's going to be awesome.
All right. So the Happy Plague Doctor with the $2 super chat, he says nobody talks about giant turtles. So let's go there on the question before I guess the last question I have of the night is what's up with the giant turtles, man? Have you heard about that giant turtle in Texas?
No, I mean, turtles live a very, very long time. And, I mean, if you have a 100-year-old, 150-year-old turtle, not unheard of, mind you, they're going to be larger. I've actually been in the ocean and had a sea turtle, which is huge, come up to me. So I don't know how big that giant turtle was in Texas. So no, I mean,
like the size of a Volkswagen Bug.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That boy or girl is eating good. I mean, I think the problem we have is we've explored more of space than we have of our oceans. That we're aware of. There's things coming up that recently there were some earthquakes. Matter of fact, you should check out what's after the Tonga volcano, what got released and what is washing up on the shores. You will see some amazing creatures that you never will ever see again because they live at depths that we don't go. So these giant turtles could literally be ancestors of some of the dinosaur type of, turtles that are out there, and they're just still alive.
Yeah, I find it's just crazy, and I can't even. I would imagine that was a snapping turtle too. Could you imagine a snapping turtle the size of a Volkswagen Bug? It'd probably take your freaking leg off.
I'll tell you what. Those big garbage cans. I don't know how many gallons they are. Big ones. We had one that just barely fit into that can, and that was a nasty bastard. One the size of a car? Forget it.
Yeah, I found my family and I found one when I was a kid that was about a 1.5 feet in diameter, and it was nasty. I was trying to push it around with the rake, direct which way it was going with the rake, and it snapped at the rake and literally almost took the thing in half.
Oh yeah,
a wooden rake. It's crazy. All right, so let's get to the questions here. Sapphire Elf, he said he's got a question. He says, I guess from Al Santoriga earlier, If not demons, then why do they have to ask for permission to enter your home or car? I think maybe we covered that already.
We kind of did cover it, but I understand the demon aspect of it and getting back into the demonic entity and evil God, good versus evil, God versus devil. There may be something demonic to it. I don't know. This could be the evil that prowls the earth, seeking the ruin of man. And God, of course, Michael. When you say the Holy Michael prayer, it's not just, like I said before, it's not just about Satan. It's about all the evil that prowls, seeking the ruin of souls or man. So it very well, there could be some rules that we're just not aware of, and which is odd. Like, are there really rules between good and evil? Like, no, you have to do that first before I
Yeah.
counter with this. But maybe there is certain things in place. Otherwise, we're talking about different things have been around for a millennium. We don't know what was created here when the earth was really created and who put what where, and said, no, you're allowed to do it if you get permission.
Well, let me
And
ask
maybe
you a
that's why they're
question.
asking.
I guess about the black-eyed kids. I have a quick question.
Sure.
You said that and it only comes up because you just spoke about them being around for a millennium.
Right.
When people normally see these things, aren't they wearing like old 1800 style clothing?
No. I mean, most of the kids are. There's a lot more reports of them being in in the U.S. more like hoodies, like some kind of something that covers their head, almost like robes but modern day robes, something that would cover their
Modern day
their
robe. Yeah, that's a hoodie.
yeah. I mean, no, we don't see that's the whole thing. It's like take your hoodie off, and maybe when you take the hoodie off, there's a horn there or there's spikes or something. Maybe they are demonic. I've never experienced them, but I'm interdimensional beings could very well look grotesque and deformed and look like what the Bible has stated are demons, what they look like.
Yeah. All right. So AJK says, should I shoot a Bigfoot if I see one?
I would recommend you do not do that. You don't have the. Well, I don't know, AJ. I mean, I don't know if you have that kind of hardware, but I consider them. There's something more humanistic about it, even though I think it's a separate species. And unless it's putting or threatening your life, I would recommend you don't. This is a 800 to almost 2,000 pound class A predator, and you're not going to be able. You'll get the first round off before it comes over and rips your head off. It's just not going to end well for you.
They make those 50 caliber handguns now, don't they?
Yeah, you'll get one off before your wrist recovers. You broke your wrist. And you're done. Your best bet is if you encounter Sasquatch in general they're pretty good about warning you off. You get the rock throws first.
Yeah.
And again, they exude this type of, I think it's called, I call it infrasound, and it's pretty much telling you stay the hell away from me or the area. And if you're not smart enough to pick up on those clues, then you know what? It's called natural selection, and you're a Darwin candidate. I'm sorry.
That's all right. All right. Yeah. So let's move on here. Vash Wolfwood says, has Bryan noticed a spike in paranormal activity in and around CERN and when it gets switched on?
Yes. There's been a lot of paranormal activity. What would be classified as paranormal activity now? But I think it's again they're opening these portals, these doorways, these connections to other dimensions as well as other timelines, and entities or creatures that are existing on these other timelines, not necessarily on our own, are being allowed to come in. But there has definitely been a big spike in that type of activity. Time-space rips. This is really, really interesting. Memories that you get that are of, it's kind of like that deja vu.
Yeah.
But it's like that because I think it taps into the other dimensions. So what I'm trying to say here is I'm here right now, but somewhere in multiple dimensions, there's me in multiple dimensions. and somehow we are connected. And when you open that doorway, it allows the connection, a better connection. And you sometimes pick up on things like, whoa, I just saw this before. So things may be off in the timing. You know, we may be off by a fraction of a second. And
All
then
right.
that's why you get in the dimensional, twist.
All right. Mary Kay wants to know, why do black-eyed kids always travel in pairs?
Well, that's a good question. I think it's usually an older kid versus with a younger kid. And I think it's almost like a training lesson. And I think they're almost using that as a moment, like, this is how you do it, kid. Because 9 out of 10 times, it's the older one that's talking, not the younger one. It's the older one that's really persuading. And I think they're trying to show them, this is how you do it. This is how you get the food. You want to get the food? Let's go hunting. And I think it's a hunt. I really do think it's a hunting period. It's an opportunist hunting. So that's why I think you have a younger one that's there.
All right.
And mind you, when we say kids, I think whatever this being is taking on the form of children, but it's not children.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's like a shapeshifter almost, right? It's trying to come to you in a form that you might let into your house or car.
Yeah, it's something they're taking advantage of you and the human condition.
Well, if they're actually trying to get people to let them into their house and car, maybe they ought to do away with the hoodie.
Well, that's
I'm not. If somebody shows up at my doorstep and they're wearing a hoodie, I'm not letting them into my house.
Oh yeah, 100%. But you know what?
I mean, I wear hoodies all the time, but you know what I mean.
They're younger. They're young enough. It's kind of like okay. So there's beings that live in the forests and woods, besides Bigfoot and Dogman. There are these negative entities, beings. It could be demons. It could be just entities that have lived on the earth forever, and they prey on people. And I think a lot of that people go in the woods. They think they're just going to go for a hike. But what they don't understand is they need to protect themselves before they go on the hike. They need to protect themselves while they're on the hike. And I'm not just talking about physical, like a knife or a firearm, let's say, or after, but we're talking about spiritual. You need to invoke a protection of a higher power. In my case, it's God. It's I believe in God. So that's what it would be. Because it looks like you're just going for a walk in the woods, but you really never know what you're going to encounter there. And that's, I saw missing 411 on there a lot of times, on your chat. And I think part of what's contributing to the missing 401 is these little doorways or glimpses into other dimensions and other timelines opening up and someone grabbing somebody and just pulling them in.
Yeah,
that's what I think it is.
That's crazy.
I don't think it has anything to do with aliens type of abductions. I think it's more something that's interdimensional and boom, just pulling them in. Open a doorway, pull them in, doorway closes. Where does Phil go? I don't know. Maybe he went to take a piss. No, Phil's dead now.
Yeah, or he's just, nobody knows.
Yes,
all right,
Corn Pop would open the door.
Yeah, he would.
He'd play with my hair legs.
He's a bad dude, man. He really is.
He's a bad dude.
So Sapphire Elf says, do black-eyed kids have an adult form? If so, do their roles change? I mean, do black-eyed kids become hat men?
No, I've never heard of black-eyed kids being something else or transforming into other things, but I've heard of human-esque type of forms with black eyes. And again, the feeling of dread, there was I don't remember the guys, but it was in Texas. Imagine that. They were driving around like almost like desert-esque kind of like plateau or whatever. And they're driving down this road and they come up like out of nowhere, there's a woman there and she's asking for help. And the next thing you know, they look up, her eyes go black and they just get this fear about them. And one of them starts throwing up violently. It just like overcomes them. So I've heard of an adult shaped entity doing this, and I'm going to say it's never good,
Right.
Never good to see black-eyed.
AJK wants to know if AJK wants to know if black-eyed kids rub hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun.
They do at the pool. They rub a hair legs, turn blonde at the pool. While I'm listening to Black Eyed Peas. And
hybrid alien says, "Do you think the black eyed kids were created by the other side by dead people?"
No, I really don't think. I don't think they were created by anybody. They're just a manifestation of some kind of entity or being. Now, again, the permission thing leads me a little bit more towards what would be classified as a demon or something demonic, based on the Judeo-Christian type of, what we've read or understood. But I'm not necessarily saying it's a demon. I'm saying it's some kind of entity that's taking on this form, and because I don't think its physical form or shape would be pleasing to anyone. So it's transforming something that's more pleasing to approach the food source to get what they need.
All right. Are black-eyed children attracted to a certain kind of victim?
No, I just think they're opportunists, and it's usually, yes, they are more so individuals that are alone or by themselves. In the case of Bryan Bethel, he was all by himself late at night. And a lot of this stuff, I mean, some of it's happened during the day, but I don't believe many of those stories. I think it's more night-based when they come out, and late at night based. Like, there's a lot, if you see a kid that's 10 years old with a 16-year-old child, kid, and it's like 12:45 in the morning, they shouldn't be there. There's things that are present that's not logical. Your brain should be catching this, but most of the time it just takes people by surprise, and that is their part of their weapon. Hey, we need help. Let us in. We need to call the police. Can you let us in? You're like, no, you know what? Go home.
Yeah, I'll call them from out here. Thanks.
Yeah, and then
and I don't need to let you in to call 911, right?
Yeah, no, you don't. And I would highly advise you never to open the door.
What if you opened the door and just took a shot at one? Wouldn't you?
I think if the moment you open the door, you're allowing them into. It's almost like a permission.
Wait, so you don't even have to let them in the house? What if you just open the? I mean, what if you just open the door?
I think it's still, you're giving them access, because you're seeing a physical form, but you don't know what they can change into, and you don't know how quickly they can move through things.
So you're saying don't even open the door?
No, you don't open the door. You don't roll down the window. You don't do any of that stuff. You just get out of Dodge. Live for another day. You know what? You have a cell phone? No, kids, I'll call the police now. What's your mom's number? Yeah. And then what'll happen is they'll get angry. And once that's when their true black eyes show. They get pissed off because they know you're not going to fall for it. And then they disperse. And it's really funny, all these cases, like you're doing something, or like this guy's in the car and no one else around, and they just appear. Like, where the hell did you come from? It's a really weird thing, very, very strange.
Yeah. All right. Al Santariga wants to know, is it possible black-eyed kids, alien, extraterrestrial, alien, interdimensional? I mean, is it possible it all kind of, that it has to do with an alien intelligence?
Well, Mr. Santariga, I really don't know. That's my partner in crime over there. I don't know. I don't know what the connection is. I just know that there have been reported cases. I've never heard of anything alien related near the same case. Like they had UFO sightings, within the hour, or there was strange, it just doesn't seem to be that case. I think aliens are aliens, no matter what race they are. Reptilian, mantis, grays, talls, whatever they are what they are. These, I think, are just something not from our dimension, or not from our world.
All right. A hybrid alien wants to know, could your mind manifest all this stuff? Could it 100%. Be something that we're just manifesting in our head?
Yes, it could very well be something you manifest in your head. That's part of the game that's played. But in general, it's if you're in your home by yourself and you're hanging out, you're doing X, Y, and Z, just chilling out watching something, and all of a sudden there's a knock on the door. You're like, hey, who's there? And you could see out through your ring and you see these two kids there. You're not manifesting that. Your camera's not manifesting that. It's just yes, there's the mind play tricks on you, sure. The more reports you get of these things, it's very interesting how the psychology of a human being will also record the same. Oh, I had the same experience, because it's in the back of their heads. They've heard the stories, and something crazy happens, and they put two and two together. But I don't think it's I forgot the name of the form, what they call it, when you manifest something.
Yeah.
But yeah. But I think it's part of it, but I think these things are real in their own entities.
All right. Well, we got over 150 people in here, and I remember the first show I did where I broke 100 people listening at once. I was so excited I couldn't believe it. And well, to steadily have 150 people in the chat room now,
that's awesome.
Just goes to show, man, that this channel is growing. I thank all you guys for showing up, and it certainly is fascinating that all of the questions you guys have. I mean, you guys make this show, so I mean, I think that's the last half hour. I think I look forward to more than anything else, because man, you guys come up with some crazy questions. So
you got a great group here.
We've got a few more questions. I'll go ahead and
sure.
I'll put in here and now in the chat box. Do you mind staying for a little extra and finishing up the questions here?
I got all the time in the world at this point. So
all right.
Yeah, I'm good. I'll answer anything.
All right, so I stuck "and" in the chat box, so I guess once we get to that, that'll be it, guys. So Lady T says, and we spoke, I guess, about the missing 411 series already, but she wants to know, do you think the missing 411 series has to do with cryptids?
I think it's a combination of some cryptids. There have been reports of, I'm going to use Bigfoot in the area, these Bigfoot type of creatures in the area, or description of a very large, hairy, man-like entities, and then you have a 411 missing case. But no one can really fully connect the dots. Or they'll be, like a group will be walking someplace or hiking, and the guy goes missing, and they look, but they do find some large footprints there. Like I said, I do believe that it's an innate ability. It's kind of like, I can't explain to you how I started breathing. It's just something that's built into us. Just like these entities, they can go interdimensional. When they go interdimensional and they go into that other side, they're in a different form. But when they come to our side, they can be a humanist form, like flesh and blood. Not human, but flesh and blood. And I think these things have the ability, and I think they have the taste for we're just as much prey as anything else. I mean, just think of it this way. In the U.S., we love our dogs, right? We love our dogs and our cats. But elsewhere around the world, they're a tasty item on a menu. It's the same thing.
Yeah, that's true.
There's some entities out there that are, we have crafted relationships with some of these Bigfoot, where we've, they know who we are, they know our intentions pure, and they're allowing certain type of interactions. It's not like I can't see fully physical cryptid, mind you, but we know that they're there. I mean, there's a presence, there's everything, and there's a part of that that's great, but there's also some of them that are, they're not nice, and they are predators, and they are hungry, and they're opportunists. And there's reports of them, kidnapping females, and children, and also, reports of children being protected by these things. They get lost in the woods. Recently, that's what the case was. I forgot the case, where it was, but a child went missing for a couple of days, and they said, the big hairy thing, he protected me. So, it can go either way. Just like, there's good people in the world, there's bad. I think it's, in a room of 10 people, at least 2 of them are a potential serial killers. That's what the FBI pretty much come up to. So
that's crazy to think about, isn't it?
It is, because I mean, I'm like, right now, my daughter has like 36 kids in her classroom, and there's probably about 5 serial killers that are go to school there.
Yeah, well,
Think about
that's
that.
just
It's
crazy.
like,
It's crazy.
oh, I
All
knew
right.
he was bad.
All right, so Rachel wants to know, it's not okay what CERN is doing. How do we stop them? Don't we have a say?
No, you don't have a say. You don't have a say at all. They're going to do what they want to do, and I think a lot of it is very nefarious, and they're trying to do things. It's not about, they'll throw in the tests for Hogan's bison, the theories and stuff like that. But I think they're doing this purposely to do no good. And I can't prove it, but you're talking about a very, very strong and powerful bunch of individuals. And unless you decide to have a revolution and really say, we're not going to take this crap anymore, we're going to stop this, you're not going to, you have no say in it. None.
All right, so
I don't want to say the words, but you'd have to disable the actual thing constantly, and they're going to rebuild it.
I mean, you'd have to cut off its power supply or something, or I mean,
yeah.
Where is it even getting its power? Right? Doesn't it have its own like dedicated nuclear reactor?
Yep. Oh yeah, it's not just. Here's the fun part. It's not just the one you're looking at, CERN over in Europe. There's a lot of universities and a lot of labs. I mean, a lot of schools have their own smaller particle accelerators. And I think there's a little bit more science on those, but who knows why they were given those, what's the purpose? It makes it easier access to, when everybody goes home for the day, another group comes in and starts, doing some kind of sacrifice to try to get, who knows, Satan to come back, or the Antichrist. I mean, it gets really, really weird.
Yeah, Brittany says, awesome show. So glad I finally caught one live. Glad you're able to catch us live, Brittany. Awesome. Remember, follow us on Facebook. Look for the Conflict Radio Network. We're Conflict Radio on Twitter. I always announce there ahead of time when a show is and what time we're going live, so people can see. Dr. Strangelove has a question. He says, what happened? Did COVID end something or start something? And I'll give you my take on that when you're done.
That's a great movie, by the way. I think COVID is a plot by a select, very, very, the 1% of 1% to depopulate and sterilize this planet. And all right, that's what it is.
I want to. So it's starting.
What this was the effort.
It was the beginning of something, right?
Had somebody not won the presidency 4 years ago, and another evil woman won it, it would have started 4 years ago, and it would have been a lot worse.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna throw in my own 2 cents on there, and it
Sure.
feels like this whole sickness thing, whatever we call it, it feels like it's wrapping up, and we're moving into the next phase. Whatever it is, the next phase is getting ready to start, and this is ending. This phase is ending, and there's a new one that's getting ready to get going here. So pay attention, because I think it's going to be even worse than what we're having to deal with now.
I think we're getting a lot more people waking up to what really is going on here, and realizing that, and this is why it's stopping in the UK right now. People are, more information's coming out, and the more informed you are, the less likely you are to be hoodwinked. And what's happening is, I think if we play this out the right way, we, the people, the 99%, really can have a wonderful planet here and a wonderful world. No more controls. Not like a utopia. It's going to be good and bad, but we're not going to allow the bad stuff to happen anymore. We're going to put these evil entities in their place and keep them out of society. Yeah. And I think that's what's changing right now.
Well,
but you gotta wait for the bait
we're in a
and
great
switch.
awakening. Like, I guess I think what's happening is people between the internet and social media, everybody's starting to get information from all different places instead of
Right.
one centralized place where they control what they're feeding everybody. I think
Yep.
we're in what they call the Great Awakening. I think that's exactly it. It's an awakening into off of the mainstream news nipple, I guess, right?
Yes, and look at the control is the key here, and the awakening, control and awakening. We are now in the age of Aquarius, and if you really look into that, it's the awakening where everybody realizes that they have their own power to connect to God and to good, and they have more power than these few that are keeping us under control, and this is what's happening. And look, I have, I'm not blasphemous to anybody. You want to go to a church, God bless you, do it. But that's a control feature. The God, as we know in Judeo-Christian world, is everywhere. You can talk to God directly. You do not need a priest or a pope or a cardinal or a bishop to do it.
Yeah, you don't
God
need anybody
listens
to
to
go in
you.
between. I agree with you.
And this is the control factor. You get rid of the control. You know what happens? They don't have any more money. Why is it that the Vatican has trillions of dollars and yet we have children around the world that are homeless and starving? That's just, it goes against everything a young guy that was 33, was preaching. You're supposed to help the good. You're supposed to help people out. You know what? It's not a part of the French hooray for me, fuck you attitude. Okay, and we're going to move into that. It's not that attitude. We're going to start helping people. We're going to be considerate. We're all stressed out.
Yeah, I think so. The
Sorry.
stress is getting everybody, and it's crazy because it doesn't have to be. All right,
Nope.
Hybrid Alien wants to know: do you think the monsters were sent to test us by jokers or some other force on the other side?
No, I just think they're opportunists, and there's a crack in the fence. It's kind of like you're walking in a place, say, "Hey, where does that door go?" And you go into it. Oh wow, this is pretty cool. Oh, this is really cool. And that's what it's like. I don't think anybody was sent to us at that point, but I think some of the CERN stuff is being done so it allows this negative energy and entities to come in here.
All right, Vash Wolfwood has a good question. He says, "Do we have any proof, or I guess any ideas that these entities coexist, or maybe even battle against one another, i.e., lions and hyena, or lions and antelope?" And that's a good question. Like, do they all get along? I mean, or is it possible, like, maybe the shadow people and the black-eyed kids, like, when they're alone together in a room, they fight, they hate each other. Who knows, right?
There is no proof, and that I'm aware of publicly, that I'm aware of, or privately. I mean, I think our governments throughout the world know more about Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Dogman, and some other entities. I think they have some of these specimens in place, but there is no proof. There's stories of black-eyed kids. There's stories that go back hundreds, if not thousands of years, of similar type of entities and tricksters and what have you. But there's, you get these, I can get a great shot of Sasquatch or Bigfoot, right? And I can post it on Facebook or any place, and someone's going to say, "Oh, that's Photoshop." Just like if Jesus came back and he was in the middle of Times Square, like, "I'm Jesus Christ," the two cops would arrest him and go, "Yeah, I'm the Pope. Yeah, and I'm the Pope. Let's go, pal." You can have the most incredible experience, and a lot of people won't believe you. They just won't.
It's totally true.
Yeah.
All right. Holonaut Psychtron says, "Don't most of what we think are extraterrestrials originally come from Earth?"
No, I don't think they originally come from Earth. I think there are entities that were here from Earth that are extraterrestrials and came here a long, long time ago and moved into the inner Earth and have been there and have created a new colony, or whatever you want to call it. I don't think they were here on their own. I don't think they arrived as far as extraterrestrials are concerned. There's a lot of the reason why most,
But the
if not all,
reptilians, they could have originated here, right? I mean, they could be the dinosaurs evolved for all we know, right?
for all we know, they could have been. I can't say yes or no. I mean, I don't believe so. And from my research and from talking to other people that have had many, many experiences of abductions, not only by extraterrestrials, but by the U.S., military. These beings are here for one thing and one thing only, and it's not a galactic federation and to help us as humans. They are here to help themselves. It's all about the destruction of their culture, their races on their planets and their galaxies, and they're using our DNA, which happens to be like pristine, to create hybrids to continue on their races. Some of them are more aggressive, like that reptilian side is more and more aggressive, and they like they're super powerful. They like using humans as slave labor. They think we are basically idiots because they happen to be very intelligent. And there are other entities that are extraterrestrials are out there and that were here over millennia that are keeping everybody at bay. It's kind of like a giant standoff.
Yeah.
And, the reptilians know that if they make a stupid move, it's not just going to be the Nordics or the Pleiadians or X or Y or Z. It's going to be all of them because that's not how it works. There's almost like a BS type of agreement saying, look, there's enough for everybody. Don't get greedy. And that's just from my own personal research.
All right. Lady T says, don't wear yellow in the woods. Have you heard of this?
No, I have not. Is corn pop going to get you?
No, I don't know. Like maybe yellow attracts something. I don't know. That's what I was asking.
I've never heard about the yellow.
Maybe she can tell us a little bit. That's interesting. Maybe something to look into. There.
Wow.
Okay. So up. We've got bots in here.
Oh, you got bots now.
North Carolina Cryptid and Paranormal Project says transhuman beings from black goo. Have you heard of this? This black goo?
Yes, I have.
We could probably do a whole show on black goo, right?
Yeah, you could probably do a whole show on black goo. Yes.
All right.
These are semi-hybrids, in my opinion, and that black goo is not good. It's very reminiscent of, believe it or not, the X-Files, and it's a combination of extraterrestrials and what the blob would have been, where it just gets bigger and bigger and consumes more and more and more.
Right.
But I think it's based on an extraterrestrial biological entity.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a show on black goo. Maybe I can reschedule you, and we'll just talk about this black goo and transhumanism. But boy, that's some crazy stuff.
Yes.
Lady T says for some reason there are more disappearances with people that wear yellow. That's interesting.
Really?
No, I didn't know that.
I wasn't aware of the yellow aspect of it. I mean, is that I'm wondering if that's a David Pallady's investigation piece. I do find it very interesting, besides the yellow, the mysterious staircases that appear in places where there shouldn't be a staircase. And people are told, do not climb the staircase. So maybe that opens up into some kind of portal or another dimension, who knows? But I've never heard the yellow thing before. That's interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. Vash wants to know, has Bryan had any strange or scary experiences that he's willing to share? So have you had any yourself?
Oh, I've had plenty of strange and scary experiences. Tell you what, I can share one that happened to me when I was about, I'm going to say 9 years old. And took place in Western Connecticut in my summer camp. It was 78, 79 or around then. And I'm sleeping. My mother was a school teacher, so she got a job in the summer as the head of a girls' side of the summer camp. So I got to go to sleepaway camp because my mother worked there, and I appreciated that. We were working class people. I still am. And in my bunk, I'm not afraid of the dark at all. I slept on a top bunk. And where the bunk was situated, where my feet are, was this window. So I had a lot of wall space, the outside wall. And then a window appeared, and the window was about 3 by 3. And I remember having to get up to go to the restroom in the middle of the night, and the lights in the entire bunk were off, which meant my counselors have come back from the night. They shut their lights off, and everybody goes to sleep. So no one was up, and I'm about to get up, and I smelled this skunky smell, which is definitely familiar for Connecticut. And I kind of see something in the window. And as I lean forward a little bit more, just peek in through it, there's a giant head in the window of my bunk window right there. And it's
just a head, like a head in a box type thing.
Not a head in a box. It looked like a giant monkey or gorilla. And it was looking, it kind of was tilting its head and kind of moving up and down. And I could make out some of the brow. I could see the eyes were blacker than black. I saw the nose shape a bit, and I froze. I would not move because where that head was and where my feet were, there was nothing. There was no more than maybe 3 inches, 4 inches. So I froze. I mean, that really freaked me out at that point. Like, what the heck is this? And I would not move for well over an hour. I didn't move. I was just sitting there. My heart was racing. Like, who the heck is, this is big, And eventually my bladder won out. I slowly slid my feet back so I can get off the bed. I slid back. I went under the bed that I was in, under the second bunk. And I literally, dog crawled all the way over and to the bathroom. And when I got to a certain point, there was an outside door along the same wall. And I froze for a minute, listened, and then I kept crawling underneath it just so I can go to the bathroom. But I remembered that only through conversations with my buddy Al, because we investigate Bigfoot, and there's a lot more Bigfoot on the East Coast than you would think. And at the time when this was happening, I never would have thought Bigfoot because I thought Pacific Northwest, thanks to Leonard Nimoy and In Search of. I never thought there was Bigfoot here. But there's a lot of Bigfoot in Connecticut, in New York, and Pennsylvania. And this was a Bigfoot. And I confirmed it. I did some research on the year, every year around there. And I remember the year I was in the bunk. And I did research, sightings of Bigfoot in that area. And that year they had 3 sightings of a extremely large bipedal cryptid to the property right next to my camp, which was a reservoir. They were seen there. So I know that there were Bigfoot there at that point. And what's fast forward to last year, my daughter, my oldest daughter, goes to camp there now. It's a different camp, but they go into this one area of the woods on the boys' side where my bunk was, and they do this like closing ceremony with fire. And I jokingly said, "Did you see a Bigfoot?" She goes, "Yeah, I did." And I said, "Come on, you're joking with me." She goes, No, I saw one. It was in the woods, and it kept peeking out. I said, "How big was it?" And she said it was probably about 8, 9 feet tall. And I said, "Really?" And I said, "Draw it." And so she kind of drew it. It was a giant monkey. And every time the light would get brighter over there, it would go back behind the trees and fade away. Instead, it disappeared.
All right.
And I know somebody that's in the area, and he does a lot of Sasquatch work up there, and he's a great guy. Chris Reinhardt for Berkshire Mountain Squatch. So if you should get him on and talk Bigfoot.
Yeah, well, have him send me a message or something on Facebook.
I definitely will.
Yes, if he's up there, send us a message or something. I'll get him on. Yeah, Bigfoot. I wasn't really at all too interested in Bigfoot until I guess last week, which like Bigfoot was the original Earth being, and I thought, well, that makes sense. Like, that's totally fascinating. Like, I don't know. That just makes sense to me. You ever every once in a while you'll hear something, or you'll hear a theory or something like that, and you're just like, that's it. It just makes perfect sense to you. All right,
well,
so Carol
it does make perfect sense.
Yeah, Carol's Cookies wants to know: is there such thing as a haunted van or haunted vehicles even?
Oh, I mean, yeah. There's in Rockland County. There's a road. I think it's Clinton Road. Is it Clinton? Yeah, I think it's Clinton Road. And it's that old folklore. If you drive that road at night and you shut your lights off, a van appears out of nowhere behind you and tries to run you off the road. And I know somebody that did it, and he swears up and down it was a real van. Now, I haven't done it. I think maybe I'd like to do a road trip maybe with my buddy Al, and we'll just go investigate, put cameras up in the whole nine. But I don't doubt that there are residual hauntings of events that took place. Energy that was imprinted on the roadway, and people are seeing it in different type of vans or motor vehicles.
All right, so I guess we have made it to the end.
That's not bad.
I'm looking to see if
Zanu was asking a question, or maybe it's something else.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if there's any good ones.
No.
Yeah, Rachel says if you knew CERN was trying to help evil beings trap our energy or send us somewhere, could we fight harder?
Like I said, you'd have to disable the actual collider and all the colliders. I mean, you understand that they're building more. They have one of the biggest ones. It was the world's biggest. Is back. It's been back online forever. It's over in Illinois, and they're a little lab one. So they're going to do what they do, and they're going to make a bigger one than they have now. Because
could you imagine how big? How big are we going to go here?
I think it's going to be twice the size in circumference. That's pretty big.
Right.
I think, yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just going to get to this question here. Zune, so are the jinn actually demons, devils, or fire and smoke entities in another dimension?
I think they are entities. I don't think they're fire and smoke. I think they're some kind of entity that used to rule the earth, the top part where we are right now. I don't know if they would be. I guess they're classified by the different religions as a demon or a devil, but it's just what was here prior to, in the dark and the black, before the Lord said, "Let there be light," and Lucifer, the light bearer, he created light for the Lord. It was ruled in darkness by these other beings or entities. I don't have a jinn to nor do I want one. I don't want to have any action with jinns personally.
Not quite human says, if you wear yellow, you deserve to go missing. I guess if you're in the woods and you're with somebody you don't like, maybe you can just pee on them.
Yes, and Carol's Cookies, I've been near that Shades of Death trail, I believe.
Do you think aliens use money?
I don't. I think money. See, I think money, or that is an Earth type of construct, just like time is an Earth construct. They don't know time. They don't know money, and they don't know emotion. Most of these beings just don't. We always try to put a humanistic quality on these things that we don't understand, because that's what we would do. But you don't understand that these beings are just, it's black and white for them. There's no gray in there unless on their skin. So it's what it is. I don't think there is a monetary system or whatever. I think it's just a collective, like a whole race working together type of thing.
Yeah, I suppose you wouldn't need much of money, like if you could actually design and build, beings to do all of the hard work for you.
Well, I think there's a hierarchy within the system. So like, again, there's multiple grays. And
it's like the grasshoppers running the ants.
Right. It's you have an extraterrestrial biological entity that's created. It's a clone. It's a worker bee, because the other extraterrestrials have other things that they're doing. I don't know what they do on their planet. I have 2 different separate events of missing time. I'm not regressing myself to find out. But, there's a reason why each one of them does what they do. I just don't have, I can't physically give you the proof. And if I did, I probably wouldn't be talking to you right now. I'd either be missing, or, no one would ever hear from me again.
All right. All right, man. Well, I guess that's gonna do it for us, everybody. We got to the end. We stayed a little bit longer to get everybody's questions. I see Sapphire Elf just threw one up here right at the end. I'll let you get away with it because Sapphire Elf's pretty awesome. He says, if aliens are more advanced and smarter than us, wouldn't they be more specialized too? Why don't we see clothing or guild marks or individualism amongst most aliens?
But you do. See, if you look at some of the reports, specifically the crashed UFOs, and I'm talking about Roswell, and also well, Jesus, the farce in the UK. Well, there are symbols that are present on some of the objects that they've recovered. There is marks, there's trademarks, there's notes on them. We just, general public has not deciphered them. I'm sure they have people that are cartologists that are working on some kind of what's their language, or through the deals that Eisenhower made, you know, we have a certain translation of their language into what it means in our language. But it's not that, you know, you're not gonna get that from, you know, what the military knows, black projects know. They're not going to reveal that to you. There are cases where you have Native Americans or Native people that do story rocks or petroglyphs, and they do some writings on there, and it's attributed to these you know, groups of indigenous people. But if you ask some of the elders, if they decide to talk about it, they'll tell you this is the language of X. You know, this is how they write. This is how they communicate. So it's just,
you know, there could
not
be
a
a
common
lot.
thing.
There could be a lot going on there too that we just don't see.
Yeah.
You know, like
You know,
different you know, auras that they have, or certain, maybe they have, like, you know, icons all around them as they're walking, and we just don't see that because we don't have that plant in our eye, or
right.
something, you know, like, or that implant, you know, in our eyeball. You know, we can't see, you know, all the things that they see, you know, normally. So I mean, there's
Yeah.
a lot there that we don't know. We don't understand. We're like ants looking at a bicycle going, you know, what the hell is that? You know?
And you also have people that have been abducted, right? And multiple times been abducted. And little by little, when they either get regressed or they're allowed to kind of remember these moments because they're moving into a different aspect of that abduction, you know, you always hear these stories. Well, I was showing these images and they started flashing repeatedly. And some people out of nowhere start writing these hieroglyphs. There's a whole bunch of kids that they call them light children and the children of the light, which is also extraterrestrial based. And these kids can speak a language that is just not a real, it looks like gibberish, but they could read it and speak it. And these are supposedly hybrids between a specific group of extraterrestrials and humans over generation and generation.
Huh. You know, it makes you wonder if we're just not there. If we're just not a video game that they created to play in, right?
Well, I hope they have a shitload of quarters.
Yeah, right. Keep playing.
We're you know what the problem with humans is? We're very unpredictable. Even though we are predictable to a certain point, we're a wild card.
Well,
Unless
we're programmed that way.
I don't know. I really don't. It's very odd.
I mean,
like I said, we go through these investigations. We have a theory. You know, I have a ton of hypotheses, and then I finally get to a point like, yeah, this is it. And then some event happens. I'm like, okay, scrap that crap. Let's go now, but let's go back. You know, I never can get to that point. I get very close, and then something happens, and like, okay, put that on the back burner. Let's move it here. It's very frustrating in doing this, believe it or not.
It's true. Miss Jem wants to know. She has a question, and I'm going to ask it because I've never seen her ask a question before.
Cool.
So,
hey, Miss Jem.
I'm going to throw it out there. I know this question sounds crazy, but have aliens visited prisons, and have they experimented on prisoners?
Yes and yes. Now, I don't think they're the go-to whatsoever, because I think there is something. See, I think there is a consciousness level and energy and a frequency, and I don't think prisoners vibrate on a frequency that's worthy of the focus on these extraterrestrials. I think people that have more potential, that may be unaware of the potential and gifts, are focused in on because they resonate at a higher frequency, and thus they are believing at higher beings unbeknownst to themselves. So I think they would definitely investigate that because it is part of the species. Like, why do they lock these up? But other than that, I don't think there's too much focus on prisoners. But that, I think that would be, if somebody wants to research something, that'd probably be a killer book.
Yeah, there you go.
An extraterrestrial.
Don't be giving me no
Sue.
ideas, right?
Well, just write it. An extraterrestrial named Sue, right there.
Well, I mean, there's a good question. Like, have there been any prisoners in custody that have just mysteriously vanished?
Yeah, they have. They're in Pennsylvania right now. They're running in the woods.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, you know what? I never really looked into it as much. I've heard stories about some people in other countries that were incarcerated, but that's something I'm going to look into. Actually, that's definitely worth our salt. And I saw Stan Romanek there, and I'm a very big fan of his. And I don't think he is a pedophile. I think he just pushed too many buttons, and the government took him out that way.
Yeah.
But he came back with stuff a long time ago. Corn pop's problem though.
Well, you know what? AJK here, he says Justin T is a black-eyed Canadian or Canadian. I would assume he's talking about Justin Trudeau, and all I got to say on that is if those truckers get a hold of him, you're darn right he will be a black-eyed Canadian. That's for sure.
Yeah, well, he needs to get his what is it, high treason Trudeau, right?
Vash keeps wanting me to ask the corn pop question. Where were you, man? We did that already.
We did corn pop.
We've already talked about it.
Touching those ET hairy legs.
All right, Brian, why don't you tell everybody where they can find you, and we're going to wrap it up, man.
Sure. So they can find me on Facebook. I'm on Twitter as well. I'm on Gab. I'm on all those, Bryan and Bowden. I do have a website, bryanbowden.com. I'm also part of the Bronxville Paranormal Society with Al Santoriga, New York State UFO Project, New York State Sasquatch organization, and we're also doing a New York State Dogman project. Now, when we say New York State, it's just general because we're out of New York State, but we investigate things not only nationally but internationally. So don't be afraid to give us a call, drop us a line. It's easy to do. Our hotline number is 516-519-3649. Open 24/7, and we will get back to you. Text, phone, whatever you got.
All right, awesome. And everything Bryan Bowden is down in the description box below, guys. If there's something I missed, Brian, just send me the link on Facebook, and I'll throw it in there for you.
I'm never going to live it down because Al's going to give me like, oh, you put an extra paragraph in my bio. I'm like, every time I do something, just add more to it. And Al goes, what, 3 more paragraphs? So.
Oh, I don't know. I copied that from the last show we did that we couldn't put on YouTube. Oh, just so everybody knows, we did do a show on the DC swamp that's not available on YouTube at all. It's a missing episode. Yeah. It's only available on Spotify and Spreaker and all that stuff. And speaking of that, remember, you can always find Conflict Radio online. Just go to www.conflictradio.net. We're available on Spreaker, Spotify, and all of your normal podcast catchers, Apple, iTunes, iHeart Podcasts, whatever. We're there. Do check out our store. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Hit that like button, guys. 111 likes today. I see almost 170 people in here right now.
Yep.
What a showing,
That's
man.
awesome.
Conflict Radio is growing and growing and growing. And I'm putting it out there. I'm making an intention. I'm gonna let everybody know that Conflict Radio will be as big as the Joe Rogan podcast one day. It will happen.
Yes.
And that's just something that we're striving towards. So let's hit that like button, share, tell your friends, because we are here and we got it going on, man. So
can I just say one more thing? I really want to thank everybody in this chat. I've been monitoring it. I'm trying to get to it, but everybody there, I really do appreciate your questions, and I love the jokes and fun because I do this all the time, and I appreciate your audience. It's really a really great group of people there. I know a lot of people that are there. I appreciate all your questions, And like I said, I'm not an expert. I just give you what I've learned. I'm not trying to sell you anything, but I do want you to use your own. If you have a problem with what I'm saying, please just go investigate. Please look it up and definitely do some research on your own. Don't just take someone's word for it. I'm just showing you in talking about what I've experienced and what I've come across. I may be right, I may be wrong, and it's not. I'm not trying to get out of it, but I'm just trying to tell you exactly what it is. I tell the truth. I don't have time for the BS. So that's what I do, and I do appreciate everybody in there and the questions, and you having me back on your show. I appreciate that much.
Yeah, I get every single guest we have rants and raves about the listeners and the questions, except for one. We had one guest that seriously like wrote me a nasty letter about how horrible the people were and how dare they were so rude, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, like really, like I've never had that. Like, I was surprised. I'm sitting there thinking, what happened? Like, where'd that go wrong? Like, wow. One day I'll tell you guys who that was.
Oh man,
I find it funny, man. Like wow. Like,
that's crazy.
All right, no, Happy. It wasn't your fault. It wasn't a religious show. It wasn't. It was not. It was not one of those shows. It was Kimberly McGeorge. I mean, one day I'll tell everybody who that was that complained about all of you guys. All right, so that's it, guys. That's gonna do it for us. Brian, hang on a minute. I want to chat you for a minute off the air. I want to get you rescheduled again to do a show on goo and whatnot. And I guess I already gave a shout out to everybody, so we're just gonna wrap it up. Have a great night, everybody. Remember, batten down the hatches and be safe.
See aircraft that were cleaning. Talks about
Greetings and welcome to Conflict Radio.
aircraft that were cleaning. Talks about
Greetings and welcome to Conflict Radio. All right, everybody, greetings and welcome to Conflict Radio. Today is July 6, 2022, and the Georgia Guidestones are gone. Scott Walter is on the phone with us. Scott, what do you think about what's going on in Georgia today?
Well, I'm sick about it for a number of reasons. The only good news is the stones are not completely gone. They destroyed, somebody blasted one of the stones away, but there's four of them, four main stones that are held together by a central stone and a capstone. And it looks like just one of the slabs was destroyed, but I mean, I got to calm myself down because I'm pretty upset about this right now. I have to be honest with you. And I have some pretty strong opinions about it that probably are going to piss some people off. But frankly, I really don't care because the people that I think support this type of vandalism and destruction are just misguided. And it really speaks to a bigger problem that's happening in this country.
All right, Scott, I don't mean to, I'm sorry. I thought you had known. They did go by with the they did go and destroy the rest of the Guidestones today with an excavator. They tore the rest down. It's been confirmed.
Are you kidding?
No, it's on video. They tore them all down.
They tore them all down?
Yeah, they went through. And they just brought them all down about 30 minutes ago. They're
Why?
all down.
Why
Well,
did they do that?
I don't know. They might have been. They might have been. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe they were cracked or something. Here, let me bring up.
Who did it?
It was the people that were there. That they were there with an excavator with, I guess, one of those scoop buckets, those scoop things. I guess I don't know what they're called, but they knocked the rest of them over and tore them down.
Really?
Yeah, I'm trying to bring it up on the screen here to show everybody here. I thought you knew. That's why I messaged you right away.
Well, I knew that somebody had blasted the stones in the middle of the night, but all I saw was one of those stones that had been brought down. I thought they were going to try to repair it.
Here we go.
And, replace it.
Well, if they replace it, it's going to be that's not going to work here. Let me remove that. If they're going to replace it, it's going to be replaced all new. I would imagine that because of the explosive, that I know the top stone was broken pretty good. I would imagine that because of the explosive that maybe the other one cracked and they deemed it too dangerous.
Oh God, I am really pissed off right now. I can't tell you how pissed I am. And the main reason why I'm pissed is because this is due to nothing less than religious zealotry. People. I hear things like saying, "Oh, these things are demonic," and it's anti whatever people's faith, and that's just flat out BS. And there was I posted a comment by somebody who's running for governor right now in Georgia, a woman who said, one of the 10 things I'm going to do when I'm elected is tear down these demonic stones, and that is completely wrong. And it's just, what gives people with some religious viewpoint the right to tear down a monument that was placed that actually is somebody's suggestion? This is not some demonic proclamation. If anybody ever read the 10 Commandments on the Georgia Guidestones and they had a functioning brain, they would think that they were, pretty good. Living in balance, preserving nature, reasonable government, fair representation. This sounds a lot like our Constitution, which has been so maligned and twisted here lately that I'm just tired of it. And, frankly, Michael, while I'm on my soapbox, I have tried to remain neutral when it comes to politics and when it comes to religion and any of this public debate. But I just decided recently that I've had enough. I am a Freemason, and I know I can tell you that 53 of the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence are Master Masons. And our country was founded upon the tenets of Freemasonry. Make no mistake about that. That is 100% absolutely true, despite what some people say and some people think. That is an absolute truth. And when I see what's happening in this country right now with our leadership, with our people in government, with the Supreme Court, are you kidding me? These people, this religious right, these religious zealots that are sitting there, on one hand, they're telling them, you can't tell me to take a vaccine. My body is, and it's my choice, it's my right. You can't tell me what to do. But these same people want to take away women's rights and tell them what to do. And it's not going to stop people from having abortions. It's actually going to kill women. And the hypocrisy of these people, I've had enough. And I'm not going to not say something. I am going to say something. And if people don't want to follow me anymore, that's fine. But I understand what our founding fathers intended, and I'm sitting here in real time watching our republic be destroyed. And it's things like what happened today with the Georgia Guidestones is exactly what the founders would absolutely be turning in their graves if they could see what was going on. And again, make no mistake, this is absolute religious zealotry that's going on, and it's got to stop. I mean, my God, are we going to go back to the Dark Ages? They're called the Dark Ages for a reason, when religion and politics and the monarchies were elevated above the people. And that's what's happening to us again. For God's sake, look, to say that I'm sick about it would be an understatement.
All right. Well, I mean, let's talk a little bit about it. I mean, a lot of people think that these Guidestones were erected by, by these new world order that's trying to take out trying to reduce the population and everything else. I mean, it's kind of a victory to a lot of people that think that. See, I'm showing the video now of them completely destroyed. They have been completely taken out, and they're no longer there. The remaining ones have been removed.
Well, we're happy for them.
I mean, what about the people that say this is a win for humanity? That that these, I mean, they should probably have never have been there.
They're simply misinformed, because the reason that people are getting all bent out of shape is because it says that the world population should be no more than 500 million. It's not what does it say here exactly? It says, for some reason, it's not showing me. Here. Wait. Okay. Maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. It does not say anything about depopulation. It doesn't say anything about exterminating people, which is what these zealots are trying to say. That's not what it says. I just read it to you, in perpetual balance with nature. And frankly, I agree with that statement. Now, I don't know if 500 million is the right number, but let's face it, there are too many people on this planet. I know a lot of people aren't going to like hearing me say that, but it's true. We are destroying this planet, depleting the resources. Look at the water. I mean, my God, climate change isn't real? Are you kidding me? Of course it's real. And this was all preventable. And, part of the reason is, and I'm not saying that this is, the everyday person's problem. Big business has a lot to say about this. And, some people would say the New World Order. Well, look, if there's a New World Order, which, I'm not sure if that's a real thing or not, but if there is, then there isn't a damn thing we can do about it. And destroying monuments like the Georgia Guidestones isn't going to solve anything. And in fact, the more they try to do things, the worse they make it.
All right. Well,
Georgia gubernatorial candidate Candace Taylor credits God for striking down satanic. This is what I'm talking about. These religious nut jobs. Jesus Christ. I am really pissed off. I don't know if you can tell, but I am really pissed. This is happening in real time. We are watching our country be just dismantled.
Well, let me ask you this, Scott. I mean, what about the monuments destroyed to all over the country a couple summers ago? That I mean,
you're talking about the Confederate monuments,
or monuments of George Washington, or
or Christopher Columbus.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I don't believe in destroying anything. I just don't think that's the answer. I think what people need to do is have a calm, reasonable discussion about what these monuments mean and, should they be up there. Now, I guess for me, I'm a little bit confused why it seems like in every state there's a monument to to General George Lee, the Confederate general. I mean, there are, I guess I was told that in Portland, Oregon, there is a monument to him. Portland, Oregon didn't even exist during the Civil War. And why are we putting up statues of generals that lost the war? Basically, that were, a lot of people would say were traitors to the United States, to our Union. I just don't understand why we want to immortalize those kind of people and have them in every state. I don't get it. And it's a symbol that represents to a lot of people in this country oppression, and I just don't understand why we have that.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the if anybody's watching me scroll through the videos here. Oh, here we go. I got the video. I'm going to go ahead and post it here for everybody to see of the, I guess it's a bulldozer tearing down the rest of them. And let me rewind it. Yeah, so a bulldozer went back through and tore out the remaining ones, and I guess they're all they are completely gone now. They didn't even what's funny to me is that they didn't even go through with a I guess what I'm saying, like a team or somebody to if they were going to remove the rest of the stones because they were dangerous or at risk of falling over. They didn't even go through to carefully remove them and maybe move them to a museum somewhere. Like a bulldozer just came through and took the rest of them out. And I'm showing that here to everybody that there's two left here. I guess this video ends with two of them left, but I have seen screenshots and other videos of the other two remaining. Here's one here. Apologize for the noise, but here's another one here that shows that they are completely gone. They are all down and removed. Do you think
that probably had to do with somebody in a political position that had somebody go in there and demolish him before anybody could do anything to save him? Like you said, put him in a museum somewhere. I mean, this is just sick, and I know exactly what's behind it. This is basically, it's Republican fanaticism is what it is.
Do you think that this is just the start of something that we're seeing? It seems like.
Oh yes, no, it's not the start. It's a continuation of. I've said it 50 times. It's religious zealotry. I mean, there are people in this country there are politicians in our government that want to make Christianity our national religion, and this is a hard pass. This is no, hell no. And I mean, these are people that don't even understand what our country was founded on. And let's be clear, okay? The Freemasons who founded our country were following in the footsteps of their Knights Templar brethren, okay? The ones that were arrested, tortured, and burned by the Roman Catholic Church and the monarchs of Europe, specifically King Philip the Fair of France. Do people remember this? And yes, I'm just going to tell you the truth right now. The reason that we have freedom of religion in this country is a direct result of what happened to the Knights Templar in the beginning of the 14th century. And that ideology continued within Freemasonry. And our founding fathers understood exactly what happens when the church and the monarchies legitimize each other and they elevate themselves above the people. That is exactly what they did not want in this country. That's why we have a government of the people, for the people. I mean, do these idiots understand? Obviously they don't. And it's a travesty. And we're just watching in real time. These are the kind of things that the religious right, if they don't like it, they're going to take it down, just like they're doing in the Supreme Court. And, you can argue all you want about the legitimacy of the people that are on that court. I happen to think that the way they got on was not legitimate. And they lied when they testified. and now they've taken away women's rights. And I don't even know why I'm so upset about it. Abortion will probably not affect me in my lifetime, but it pisses me off more than I can even say. I don't know why it does. I think it's just one symptom of a much bigger problem, and we're seeing it play out. The Georgia Guidestone. What's next? Okay, and you got to understand something. When the politicians in our country legitimize and embolden these people by the way they behave. Look what Trump did. I mean, all these ultra right wing nut jobs are emboldened to come out and march like the KKK. It's okay for them because our leaders tell them it's okay. And we're seeing it play out with the January 6th hearings. They're doing a great job of just bringing up the facts, having people testify who are almost exclusively Republicans. And we're seeing what happens when you have people with a radical ideology that this country does not stand for. And it's you wait and see what's next, right? I mean, look what happened. The day before yesterday, some young kid, I don't know what his problem is, just starts shooting up people at a July 4th parade. This is over 300 of these mass shootings that we've had in this country, and many of them could have been stopped if we had reasonable gun laws. But no, one party just wants, more guns, the merrier.
Well, there were 50 people. There were 50 people shot in New York City over the July 4th weekend, and they have the most strict gun laws out there. I think that the New York City and Chicago even DC have the strictest gun laws out there. And
there are a lot of people that should not have guns. I don't think somebody should have, look, you can't vote until you're 21, right? Why should you be able to buy a gun? If you've had a domestic...
You can vote at 18, Scott.
Is it 18 now? I don't even know what the damn date is. I'm so upset right now. But look, if you've had a felony, you shouldn't have a gun.
Well, that's actually a law.
Well, it's not in some states.
Yeah, it is a law, Scott. If you have a felony, you're not allowed to have a gun or vote.
Okay, what about people with some type of a domestic restraining order?
If you have a domestic restraining order, it's against the law for you to buy a gun.
I don't think that's true.
It is actually.
If you could check on that, I would like to know.
It's a fact.
Shouldn't there be background checks on people?
There are background checks on people.
No, there is not. I know that's not true. Not in every state.
So what state can you go buy a gun in without a background check?
I read about it all the time.
I mean, what are your sources? I mean, you're sitting here saying that a felon shouldn't be allowed to have a gun. That somebody with a restraining order by their wife isn't allowed to have a gun. But those are already laws that are out there.
Okay, well, if they are, that's good. If that's true, then I'm absolutely happy as hell about that. Why do people need to buy AR-15s?
Well, I mean, you were just talking about the founding fathers and the founding documents. It's a right to bear arms. Okay,
but an AR-15, why do we need that? Look, here's the other thing, Michael. Let's be real here, okay? In 1776, the context of having a mobilized people with arms, that actually was a viable force that could actually make a difference, right? We're talking in 2022 now. Let me tell you something. If the military decided that they wanted to take out some armed militia, it'd be over before it started. The context of when these...
Well, Biden did say that, that the American people don't stand a chance against fighter planes.
Then why do we need AR-15s?
Well, if the government is because of simple statements like that, I mean, what are they going to use fighter planes to take out the American people, Scott? This is ridiculous. Hey, I wanted to talk about the Georgia Guidestones, man. I wanted to talk about the Georgia Guidestones. I didn't want to get into an argument about politics.
This is part of the problem. It's ideology.
Yeah, but I mean, you're saying things that don't make any sense. I mean, you're saying that felons shouldn't be allowed to have guns. They're not. There's a law that.
If I was wrong about that, then I take it back. Answer my question: why do people need AR-15s? Why does the general public need them?
How about hunting, self-defense? You know. It literally says in the Constitution that if the government gets corrupt, the American people have a right to take it down.
The American people aren't going to take it down. It ain't going to happen.
What about the idea, Scott, that the Democrats are actually bought and paid for by the Chinese, and they're trying to disarm us because, I mean, what better way to control a population other than disarming it?
Show me the evidence.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of evidence out there. How about Germany or Venezuela or even China? Look at what happened in Australia. They disarmed Australia, and look what happened to them out there.
What happened to them?
The mandatory vaccinations.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but every person in this country had to have at least a half a dozen mandatory vaccinations to be a citizen of the United States when you were born. It's not like this is some new concept, right?
No, they actually had religious.
Religious what?
Religious exemptions. I mean, look. I mean, all I'm saying is my body, my choice. I mean, I agree with that, but that should.
Why can't women have their choice? Why is it that you have to that
women do have a choice? I think that.
Law that 60% of the population doesn't agree with, that women cannot have abortions in certain states. Why is it? It's okay. It's okay for people to say, it's my body, it's my choice to get a vaccination, but they're going to be the first ones to say, no, you have to. Even if a woman is raped, by a stranger or by by a family member, somebody that's 10 years old, you're going to force that girl to basically end any chance she had of having a viable life by having the child of somebody who raped her. That's okay.
Well, I mean, she's more than welcome to give it up for adoption.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
All right, man. Look, hey.
Come on, man. Look, you understand the hypocrisy of all of this. Look, I back down. If you were right about the felony thing and about the age 21, I was wrong. Then it's on me. I will stand behind that. But to sit here and say that, I don't want to have a vaccine, but you got to have an abortion, that's bullshit. I mean, period. It just is. It's hypocrisy, and there's no justification for it. And it's forcing people based on religious principles. That's what it's all about, and that's what I got a problem with. And I can guarantee you our founding fathers all had a problem with that, and that's the fundamental issue, and that's why the Georgia Guidestones were brought down. Make no mistake about that. And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised that if this guy, whoever did this, is not going to be found, because this is a right-leaning state. You could gubernatorial candidates that were all about tearing them down, and they're going to let this one slide. You watch. But if this guy had done something that was went against what that party wants, believe me, they would put every dime they have into holding him accountable, or her, whoever it is. And I'm just going to make a prediction now. They're not going to bring anybody to justice on this one. They're going to let it slide because it's a right-leaning state. You watch. You want to bet me a beer?
No, I'm not going to bet you a beer, actually.
Because I'm right.
They have videos of the actual monument exploding. I've seen them on Twitter. I think I showed one earlier in this video. I'm sure they have a video of whoever was up there planting the explosive device that took these things out. But look, I'm sorry, man. I didn't want this to get into an argument over left and right, and obviously we're on different sides of the, the political fence. But I think that it's important for all sides to just take a step back and look at the facts you know, and to actually have conversations with each other that aren't that don't end in name calling and yelling and screaming. That doesn't help anybody. And
I look, I apologize for getting excited, but I got to tell you, I'm extremely pissed off right now about everything that's happening here. And it's not a left-right thing. That's not what this is. Well, it
no,
is.
I think it's more of a. I think it's.
And
no,
this is what it's about.
I,
and make no mistake, that's what this is about.
Well,
instead of having a calm discussion, like people are having on Twitter right now with me saying, okay, well, this means depopulation. Is the word depopulation there at all? It says no. The world should have 500 million people that live in balance with nature. It says nothing about depopulation. It says nothing about killing people. I mean, this is what you're hearing. This is what people are saying, and it's not what it says. That's the fact. And so this is one person's opinion, whoever put that up there. And I mean, it's no different than somebody talking about some religious prophecy that never comes true. I mean, why is that okay, but this is not?
Yeah. All right, man.
You want to know the truth about the Templars? The reason that those Burgundian families formed the Templars in the first place at the beginning of the 12th century was because the church had predicted that Jesus would return in the year 1000. And then when he didn't come back, that created an opening for them to go after the church. And, you know, the United States of America was the ultimate result of that mission. And it was a place where people could be free to practice whatever religion they want, where they could. I mean, look, the Roman Catholic Church hates me and my brothers as Freemasons. They hate our founding fathers. Do you know why? I'll tell you why. It's very simple. The reason is because when we take our obligations on our altar and our lodges, there is a Bible, there is a Torah, there is a Quran, there might be a Buddhist Bible. Native brothers take their obligations on an eagle feather. You know why we do that? Because whatever you call God, whatever you call your deity, we're all talking about the same thing, right? And the other thing that we teach is that you don't need a human conduit to get to Creator. And your relationship with God, deity, Yahweh, whatever you want to call it, the Great Spirit, that's your business between you and your God, and it's nobody else's business. And that's what I got a problem with. That's what our founding fathers had a problem with, and that's what people in this nation should understand about what's going on. That is the fundamental problem. And believe me, brother, you know this as well as anybody. When a human conduit gets in between people and God, that's when all the crap goes to hell.
You mean like the Pope?
Yeah, a Pope, a priest, a cleric, whoever, right? That's where the corruption starts. That's where the abuse starts.
Yeah, that's true.
The history of the Catholic Church speaks for itself. I don't have to say one word. Everybody knows what I'm talking about, right? That's the problem that I've got. So instead of trying to push your religion on us, which is what's happening now, enjoy your faith, whatever it is. If you're a Christian, a Muslim, a Jew, I don't care. Nobody should care. But people do care. And that's the problem. That's the problem.
Let me ask you this, Scott. Let me ask you this. So if Christians are targeting so-called satanic sites like I suppose the Georgia Guidestones, if that's
no,
what
it's not a satanic site.
No, I'm saying that's what they believe. I'm saying that that's what they I'm saying that that's what they believe. What other sites do we need to watch out for them destroying?
That's a great question, but you know what? If I knew the answer, I wouldn't tell you because they would become a target. Hey, you want to know something else, Mike? Part of the reason why I'm so upset about this, there's more to this story that I haven't told you.
All right.
When I was doing America on Earth, okay, this is now the 5th site. Now, I'm not saying that it's my fault or that it's, our show's fault for doing this. There are other people that have done shows on the Georgia Guidestones. I'm not the only person that's done a show on it. But I will tell you this. There are 5 different situations now, artifacts and sites, that we did episodes on that have been desiccated or destroyed. The other 4 happened shortly after we did our episodes. You might recall we did an episode on one of the artifacts that was stolen, right?
Yeah.
And we did another episode on some petroglyphs that were up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan within 3 months. And that's all we said was the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. We didn't say where up there, but somebody went into town in Copper Harbor and asked some of the locals, and they told them where to go, and they destroyed some of what they consider to be pagan petroglyphs, okay? Pagan, right? Not Christian. Here again, forcing your religion and destroying an artifact because you interpret it to be the devil's work. By the way, there is no devil, okay? That's another creation of the Roman Catholic Church to make people, to keep them in line. There is no devil, okay? That's BS. And this is what I'm talking about. That happened 3 months after the episode aired. The Judah Cullis Stone, some idiot went down there with a can of spray paint and, just, this is part of the reason why I'm upset, is because this is what people do, and they do it for the most screwed up reasons, and usually it has to do with their belief system. And I just wish people would have a more healthy attitude towards their relationship with deity, who or whatever it is that they choose to venerate. And that's part of this. That's why I'm so upset, Mike. And I apologize for being this way, but and then you tell me now that they took all of them down. I'm just sick about it. I'm absolutely sick.
Yeah, I'm actually watching. I just now found a video of them taking down the last 2 remaining ones that were standing. They're being knocked over right now, and they're shattering. They're shattering on the ground into probably millions of pieces.
Yeah, well, that tells me that there's more people behind the scenes that are trying. They have an opportunity to destroy them, and so that's what they're doing, and that's wrong. It's wrong. Sorry, there's no other way around it. It's okay. Can we just do something for fun? Can you open this real quick? Can we just do something for fun?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. All right. Just indulge me for a second, if you will, Mike.
All right.
Let's just read what these other tenets are, okay? Guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. You got a problem with that one?
Well, I think that people should be able to make up their own mind about reproduction, don't you think?
Yeah, but when you have young people that are looking for guidance that don't have good mentors, they have parents that aren't doing the job that they should be doing. There's a lot of people like that in this country. So if there is going to be some public education, it should be wisely guided reproductive information. I guess, I don't have a problem with that. Improving fitness and diversity. 3, unites humanity with a living new language. Well, you can debate that one too, but we already have a common language. It's called the internet, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, well, I think that one speaks for itself. And there's nothing wrong with preserving languages, different languages. I know that the Ojibwa people here up in Minnesota, where I live, the young people have really made a strong effort to try to preserve their old language. And I think that's wonderful. But we also have to have a way where we can all communicate. And I think the internet is it. 4, rule passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason. Got a problem with that one?
Well, I mean, I would say that it's fair that I probably don't understand that as much as I probably should. Why don't you explain that one to us a little?
Rule passion, tradition, in all things with tempered reason. What they're saying is that you got to just take a step back. You don't blow up a monument because you interpret it to be something that's bad when, frankly, you don't even understand it. Tempered reason, calm reason, traditions, faith, passion, right? In Freemasonry, we have to control our passions. That's what they tell us to do. When people get all wound up, they make mistakes, like I did earlier in this conversation. That's what it means, tempered reason. I don't know how anybody can disagree with that. Number 5, protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. I frankly don't know how anybody could disagree with that one.
I think it was more of the idea of the first statement that upset people.
Number 6, let all nations rule internally, resolving external disputes in a world court. Well, a lot of people would say, well, we have that. It's called the United Nations.
Well, don't you think the United States has its own sovereignty, though, doesn't it? I mean, we don't answer to the United Nations. I think that's see right there, Scott, is the problem that people have. This is about American independence, not controlled by some new world order.
Let all nations rule internally. There's your sovereign nation right there.
Yeah, internally.
Correct. And what it's saying here is any issues within our own country, we deal with ourselves. But if we have external disputes, like, for example, Russia invading Ukraine, right?
Well, what about, well, in all honesty, I mean, we did have a lot of biolabs there that were produced, why do we have to put all our biolabs in Ukraine?
Look, I'm not talking about the specifics of what some people think might be going on, which may or may not be going on. The point is that you've got two nations that are at war with each other, that they are not going to, between the two of them, agree, right? And what they're saying is resolve external disputes in a world court. So what it means is that when two kids are acting up, the parents have to intervene. And
so who should be the parents of the United States?
Well, look, we are part of a world.
A new world order. Say it.
Well, no, not a new world order. It is a fact that we are one of over 200 countries around the world. 300. I don't know what the number is off the top of my head, but what gives us, any greater rights than some other country?
Yeah, but it's up to us. We don't have any other rights that another country shouldn't have.
Right. Exactly.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah. Okay, but what happens? What happens if China and Russia got together and tried to attack us? We want the rest of the world to intervene and say, "Hey, tap the brakes, guys." We would be looking for help, right? I mean, right now we could probably handle them.
How would we be able to handle Russia and China? We don't have hyperglide vehicles. Our supersonic missile test just failed. We don't even have hypersonic weapons. I mean this is crazy. I mean the Obama administration destroyed us as the reason why Russia's boldly attacking Ukraine is because they know that we can't stop them.
Well, here's the thing. I understand. I don't want to get into specifics, but what I'm talking about is that if let's say 3 or 4 countries banded together and wanted to attack the United States, we would be looking for some help, wouldn't we?
I mean, hopefully not.
Yeah. Well, exactly. And look, let's go back to what this thing says. Let all nations rule internally. If you got a problem within your own country, you take care of it. All right, that's what we're always saying, right? But if there's some external dispute, like I'll just use Russia and Ukraine, I'm not here to try to say who is in the right or the wrong. But clearly, those two are not going to decide and resolve their issues with each other, so they need external help in a world court.
Or they could just fight it out.
Well,
we should get out of there and let them fight it out.
Well, okay, so the world's breadbasket is in Ukraine.
Actually, the United States is the world's breadbasket.
Part of the reason why we have our economy is struggling right now. The whole world is struggling right now because of this war, in part due to this war. So that it is in the world's best interest. They export world wheat all around the world.
Do you think
it's the world's breadbasket?
Do you think it's possible? Let me ask you this, Scott. Do you think it's possible that a communist agenda has worked its way into our system so meticulously over the last 50 to 60 to 80 years that you and a lot of other people might just be brainwashed to the idea that getting rid of the United States and the United States Constitution is actually and going to some new world order that's run by the UN the best option for this country?
I'm not even sure what you mean by the question, but if you think that there are people who are trying to undermine the Constitution, no, no, I don't want to undermine the Constitution. I want to prop up and support the Constitution. But people don't understand what the Constitution says. They're misinterpreting it, just like they're misinterpreting what the Georgia Guidestone says. Number 7, avoid petty laws and useless officials. I don't have a problem with that. More laws? Hell no. Useless officials? Get rid of them. I mean, if you want to know what my personal opinion is, I think that many of our people in government are just too old, including Trump and Biden. I mean, Biden's best days are behind him. I trust him. I know he's a smart guy, but let's face it, his best days are behind him, and I think we need some new blood. I think Pelosi is probably time to retire. Chuck Grassley, Dianne Feinstein. There's a bunch of others on both sides of the aisle. But frankly, I think the biggest problem we have is that these are lifetime jobs, lifetime appointments. There should be term limits. And our founding fathers definitely didn't believe in lifetime appointments for people, lifetime jobs as public servants. I mean, the original idea was for people to come in and serve in government, whether they came from the farms, from their practices, from the factories, and then they served for a designated period of time, and then they went back. And then somebody else came, right? If you had somebody who was very wise and great and would be a career politician type, have them sit on an advisory board. But don't give them a free lunch for the rest of their lives like these politicians. I just think that's where all this corruption can creep in and why we have this problem. But no, I don't want to get rid of the Constitution, not even a little bit. I want to prop it up. I want to see it interpreted properly, not by people that have a religious agenda, and that's what's happening now. 8, balance personal rights with social duties. I don't have a problem with that one either. Prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. Now, I know a lot of people won't understand what the infinite means, but it means with all things. And I don't know how anybody can have a problem with that. Well, I know there's certain people that have a problem with truth, but that's a different question. And the last one, be not a cancer on the earth. Leave room for nature. Leave room for nature. It says it twice. And I don't have a problem with that one either.
All right, Scott. I promise you 15 quick minutes. We've gone for almost an hour, man. I certainly appreciate the time you spent with us. What are you working on? What are you working on now?
I got worked up, and I hope I didn't say anything offensive to you. I didn't mean
No,
to do
not
that.
at all. No, I mean, we all have our opinions. I hope that maybe you could see the bigger picture of what's going on, other than just this. I think hang on. I think they're trying to. I think they're attempting to have a color revolution in this country. It's a Marxist revolution, and I think that they're actually trying to overthrow the Constitution. I think that the last thing that President Biden is doing is what's best for the American people. I think he's doing what's best for the New World Order, and I think that maybe you should, maybe hopefully you've got some seeds planted inside of you that'll grow, and you'll be able to see what's really going on.
Well, I'm not sure. There's a part of me that sees the need for. I mean, look, we're all living on this same great big green and blue ball, right? And it's getting smaller and smaller all the time. And the more people that we have on this planet, the more we're going to have to think about it in a world capacity. And it's if there's one thing in life that's absolutely universal, that's change. And, what happened when our country was founded 250 something years ago, or it's pretty close. No, it'll be 1819. God, it'll be 300 years before we know it. Times have changed, in part due to population, and that's just a reality. And I know a lot of people don't like it; they don't want to hear it, but it's true. And again, the Guidestones did not say to depopulate; it just made a suggestion of what whoever put those stones up thought would be the best in the long term for this planet. And I don't know what the magic number is, but our increasing population is putting more strain on our resources, on our environment, and on us. And we're seeing the fallout of that now. And if people can't see that we're hurting our planet, they're just not being honest with themselves. And it's, we need to address it, and we're not addressing it. We keep kicking the can down the road, and it's going to bite us. It's already biting us. And
yeah, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation just tweeted, I guess just before we went on the air, Scott, that for safety reasons, the structure has been completely demolished.
Yeah, well, that sounds really great, doesn't it? I don't buy that for a second. They didn't have to destroy it. They could have, engineering-wise, they could have safely taken the stones down and preserved them if they wanted to, but they didn't want to.
Yeah.
I mean, you and I both know that if they wanted to, they could have, for safety reasons. Give me a break. You just have security there. You keep people away, and you take it down with a controlled demolition is what you do. But that's not what they wanted to do. I don't believe that for 1 second. That's just a bullshit statement. I'm sorry, but I don't buy it for a second.
Yeah. All right.
You know what I'm saying.
Hey,
exactly what I'm saying, brother.
Do we have more America Unearthed on the way?
No, I don't think so. Not new ones. We're working on a new project here that we're hoping will. I don't know. I don't know if cable television is the right venue for it or not. I think streaming is probably a better way to go. But it really the story we're working on is fantastic, and it really goes to the heart of what you and I have been talking about, the true founding of this country. That people need to understand what really happened, and I tipped you off. It started with the Templars, and they passed the obligation on to our founding fathers, who were all Freemasons. But what a lot of people don't know is they were also Knights Templar. They just didn't tell anyone. And so if you go back and study the history of the Templars and what happened to them, this is what our founding fathers did not want to have happen. And this happening in real time, right in front of our faces right now. Again, I just want to be clear. I am not saying that there's anything wrong with a person's religious viewpoint. But that's your viewpoint. And that doesn't mean that you can criticize somebody else, that you can attack somebody else, that you can destroy something that you interpret somehow to be antithetical to your faith. That is not right. And that is what our founding fathers feared, because it's tearing down monuments. Next thing you know, they're going to be wanting to hang people. Oh, yeah, I guess that already happened. Hang Mike Pence.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave it at that. Is that not zealotry? This is people who are completely misinformed. Let me ask you a question. Just be honest with me right up. Do you think the election was stolen?
Yeah, I do, actually.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Without any evidence, 61 lawsuits, not one shred of evidence, but you still believe it.
You can watch 2,000 Mules. Have you seen 2,000 Mules?
I have watched 2,000 Mules, and that's a bunch of BS.
Okay.
That's been roundly debunked.
By who?
2,000 Mules was supposed to be the godsend, and it's nothing, brother. It's nothing. There's no evidence there of any kind. Zero.
Do you know what devolution is?
De-evolution?
Devolution.
Go ahead.
Devolution. Well, it's way too complicated for me to get into, but Google won't let you search the term. But if you go to DuckDuckGo and look up devolution, maybe it'll give you kind of an idea of what's really going on. I don't think Biden is the real president. I think it's all a show.
What do you mean he's not the real president?
Well, show me one picture of Biden with the football.
With a football?
With the nuclear football.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. You mean
Biden doesn't have control over our military.
Well, I mean, that's a different question.
Yeah.
That's a whole different question.
Look up devolution.
You're telling me that there are other people behind the scenes that are calling the shots? Totally agree with you.
Well, yeah, but it's not who you think.
Well, I don't know who it is, but all I can tell you is, 2,000 Mules was talking about people dropping off ballots and doing all this crazy stuff. Here's the thing. One person, one vote, right? And the ballots are sealed. And where are they going to get more? They're not going to create more.
Let me ask you a question.
How did that happen?
Do you think that only American citizens should be allowed to vote in this country?
Absolutely.
All right, cool. Do you know that the Biden Department of Justice is suing Arizona for wanting people to prove that they're actually an American citizen before they can vote?
Not aware of that, but I would have to see proof of that before I believe it.
Yeah. Just Google Department of Justice Arizona vote lawsuit. I'm sure it'll come up. They just sued the state of Arizona. I mean, I think we've got other things to worry about besides whether or not Arizona's letting, trying to stop, voter ID laws and everything else. Do you think you should be able to use you should have to use your ID to vote?
Well, we do have to.
Yeah, but do you think you should be? You think you should have to?
Yeah, I think you need to prove your identity when you vote.
Yeah, great. That's awesome, man. See, you're halfway. You're halfway there, man.
Well, where is it that people don't have to prove their identity to vote?
New Jersey, for one.
Well, I'm not sure how
California.
Their system is set up, but
yeah.
Well, like I said, prove to me that there was any voter fraud. I haven't seen it.
I'm sure it'll come out.
2,000 Mules didn't do anything for me. I'm sorry. And it's been roundly debunked and criticized, and it didn't prove anything.
It's been debunked and criticized by, I guess, right, the New World Order controlled media.
Well, yeah, I
mean,
guess so.
do you not agree that the media is controlled and biased?
Well, I would say certain media is controlled and biased. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Fox News is.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. They're just as bad as all the other ones.
Well, we can agree on that. Do you think Trump is fit for office?
I think he's more fit for office than Biden is.
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you think he tells the truth?
I do.
Really? Honestly, dude. Seriously, Mike. Come on.
I think. Do
you think that the hearings that are happening right now with January 6th, do you think what they're presenting is factual?
No.
Really?
Do you honestly think Trump was choking a Secret Service agent while reaching for the steering wheel of the car?
Well, the answer to that question is I don't know. Would I put it past him? Hell no. And by the way, that whole thing is just a distraction.
A distraction by them? Why would they distract?
No.
Why would they do that?
It's a distraction by people that want to try to go after the January 6th committee.
You mean do you think it's an unbiased committee?
No, I don't think they're unbiased at all. I think what they're doing is they're trying to hold Trump accountable for the crimes that he committed. And by the way, you can claim that it's a biased committee, but nearly everybody who has testified are Republicans.
Oh, you like Liz Cheney?
Pardon me?
Like Liz Cheney?
I said the people that are testifying.
Yeah, they're Republicans like Liz Cheney.
No, she's not testifying. She's on the
No,
committee.
but she's a Republican.
She is.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see.
She's a Republican, so is Adam Kinzinger. And these people are some of the bravest people I've ever seen. They're, he gave up his seat, and she's going to lose her seat probably because they're going to vote in people that are claiming the election was stolen, and there's no proof, there's no evidence of it, and it just didn't happen. And here's the problem with that whole argument. You want to know what the real sad part is?
Well, the victors will write the history, right?
Here's what's going to happen. By undermining the integrity of the elections, you disenfranchise your voters. So
isn't that what Hillary did when she lost?
What do you mean?
It was all about the Russians, right?
She didn't say that. Oh, well, yeah, that was true. Trump was. Yeah, but the point is if you disenfranchise your voters, what you're going to do is you're going to mobilize, and that's what's happening right now. I just saw a poll today that said both Biden and Gavin in California hold higher in a presidential race than neither DeSantis or Trump right now. And by the way, I hope the Republicans nominate Trump, because you will lose again if you nominate him.
Well, we'll see, I suppose.
Well, that's not going to work. Right?
No mail-in ballots this time, okay?
What's wrong with the mail-in ballot?
Watch 2,000 Mules.
I watched it. I told you I watched it.
Well, then you should know.
Once people cast their vote, it's sealed. The vote is there. How it's handled after that is really irrelevant. But look, it's very simple. We had a pandemic going on that if your guy had actually taken seriously, it probably wouldn't have been as severe, and we wouldn't have all been locked down for 2 years, or at least not as severely. But anyway, the point is that everybody knew that Republicans typically vote on voting day in the morning, or not morning, but they vote that day, right? And so the votes coming in were going to go for Trump initially, because mostly Republicans vote on voting day.
Well, actually, before 2020, everybody voted on voting day.
Yeah, but there's plenty of reasons why people. I mean, what about people that are serving in the military? Do you know that most politicians vote by mail? including Trump and his family and all the people in his cabinet.
Well, no, that's totally fine. As you know, I mean, that's totally fine. We're talking. Look,
what's wrong
stop.
with it?
Let's stop, Scott. I don't want to get into this with you, man.
Okay. Yeah, the reason
We're not going to agree. We're not going to change each other's minds on this show.
Well,
let's let it go, man.
The facts are the facts. The mail-in votes came in days later, and that's why the election went for Biden. But the reason that Biden won the election is very simple. He got more votes. He got more electoral votes.
81 million. He got more votes than Obama did in 2008. It's impressive. That's impressive. I mean, he can't get 5,000 people on a live stream, but 81 million votes. Cool.
Well, let's face it. People were pissed. People were mobilized, and more people came out and vote. And frankly, going back to population, we have more people in this country than we had in 2016. So,
well, if you include all the dead voters.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Come on now.
Hey, let me ask you a quick question, man. Do you know who Corn Pop is?
No.
Oh, Corn Pop is a bad dude.
Who's Corn Pop?
Corn Pop is a bad dude.
Well, that doesn't tell me who he is. Who's
come
Corn Pop?
Come on, man.
Come on, I don't know who Corn Pop is.
Corn Pop was Biden's bully.
His bully? What do you mean?
His bully. Biden was bullied when he was a lifeguard by Corn Pop.
You mean when he was a kid?
Yeah, he was a bad dude.
You mean Corn Pop was or Biden?
Corn Pop.
Okay, so he bullied him, and why is that relevant?
That's because he was a bad dude, man. I'm just trying to change the conversation. Hey, Scott, where can everybody find you?
Well, I would say just go to my Twitter at Real Scott Wolter, and go to my blog if you wanna come after me and tell me how full of shit, full of it I am. Just go to my blog, which is scottwolteranswers.com. And if you're interested in reading any of my books about the Templars, not about politics, go to my website, which is www.hookedx.com.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating stuff you've done on the Templars. Let me ask you this. You should put out and try to get some pieces of these Guidestones.
Well, yeah, I mean, it would be great, but I have a feeling they're not going to let anybody get anywhere near that, because in many ways, the Guidestones suddenly become like a crucified Jesus in a way, right? And you're probably wondering, what the hell are you talking about? What I'm talking about now is something that was destroyed unjustly for the wrong reasons, right? And what happens is when that type of thing happens, those people or those things can become martyrs. They can become symbols for people to rally behind, right? And so if you don't want people to do that, you destroy it, right?
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it's what happens, right? I mean, we watched it all during the summer of 2020.
You follow my logic, right?
No, I totally get it. We've seen it all during the summer of 2020. I mean, Christopher Columbus, right? I mean, come on. Well, wasn't he a Mason?
No,
he was a Templar, wasn't he? He got the maps from a Templar.
No. His navigator was Columbus was a greedy asshole. He was terrible. He committed genocide against the natives. He forced them basically into slavery while he was there. When they didn't work, he cut off their hands or their arms. I mean, if you knew the truth about Columbus, you'd realize what a POS he was. And he was greedy. I mean, if you look at it, I found a hooked X in his Book of Privileges. And basically his Book of Privileges is something he wrote down at the end of his life, basically saying that, the crown owes me this for doing this. And I just haven't seen any evidence that this guy was a Templar. He may have been flying the Knights of Christ flags, but the other thing about Columbus is he was a crypto Jew. Do you know what a crypto Jew is?
Uh-uh.
A crypto Jew is somebody who was inwardly Jewish. Their true ideology, their religious faith is Judaism, but outwardly they are Christian because they have to practice Christianity, otherwise they risk persecution from the Roman Church. And so when Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492, the day that his ship set sail was the same day that the church initiated an inquisition, and basically going around to see who was, pure good Christians, and those who weren't were tortured and or killed. What a great faith, huh?
Yeah.
And that's what, and many people believe, as I do, that Columbus himself was a crypto Jew. And what he did was he took a lot of those people on his ships and brought them to North America so they could have a better life. That's basically what the Templars did, right? They were persecuted, they were arrested, they were tortured, they were burned. And so they used their treasures. They hid them over here in the New World for someday. And what they called that someday was when their ideological descendants could establish what they called a free Templar state. That free Templar state is now called the United States of America. And as I told you before, that obligation was handed off to the founding fathers, who were all Freemasons, i.e. Templars. And they recovered those treasures the Templars hid centuries earlier and use that money to fund the revolution. That's how our country was founded. That's the true story. That's why we have freedom of religion, because they didn't want that to happen again. And going back to why you called me in the first place, we're seeing what happens when we let zealotry take over. Trump wanted to be a monarch. Do people remember we fought a revolution against a monarchy? Do you want a guy with ultimate authority, or do you want the government to be controlled by the people? The majority rules. Isn't that the way it's supposed to be?
Yeah.
I mean, you agree with that, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean,
people in this country don't want abortion to be a woman's choice. But yet they had something else cramped down their throat. That's not democracy. That's a fact. We can disagree on it, but the facts are what they are. That's what I'm talking about. If you ask people in this country today, right now today, in fact, you might want to just post a poll for your listeners to vote on. How many people think what happened today was the right way to handle the Georgia Guidestones? I bet you 50% or more would say it wasn't the right way to handle it. I don't think you think that was the right way to handle it.
Well, I'm not, it is what it is, right?
Well,
all right, Scott. Hey, man, thanks so much for coming on the show. I'm gonna let you go, man.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you for indulging me. And I think what we want to do is just agree to disagree. And next time I see it, I'll buy the beer. How about that?
Yeah, I think it would have been best if they had just taken the remaining stones and moved them somewhere else. I don't think that they needed to bulldoze the whole thing down like it did. I mean, yeah. It is history, and it is a monolithic monument. I think that, even though, I mean, they could say all day, it was only done in 1980 or whatever, but I mean, it was a beautiful monument. It was. I mean, it was,
and that part of it is still there, right? If you watch the videos, as you're looking at the Guidestones from the parking lot to the right, which I think is to the south, I can't remember exactly, there is a large concrete slab. And there's a bunch of stuff that's carved on there. And you probably don't know this, but the long-range plan was to add more stones and make it a bigger monument.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
Well, here's the other thing. I'll leave you with this parting thought. There were a lot of astronomical alignments there, right?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of them going on right now.
Yeah. I mean, in the heavens, but I'm talking about the Georgia Guidestones. And in many ways, what happened today is going to bring more attention to the Guidestones and to what they say. So in some ways, by destroying it, you further the agenda of the person that built it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, what are they, it's not like they're going to run around out there trying to, depopulate the planet. I guess we'll see. I mean, that's...
Well, no, that was never part of the plan, although, and I promise I'll stop, one of the things that some people have suggested is that the coronavirus was engineered to lower the population. And you know what? There's an argument that could be made there. I'm not saying it's true or not, but that's not as crazy an idea as some people might think.
Well, like I said, we're gonna have to agree to disagree, man. And hey, I guess you already told everybody where to find you. Hookedx.com, right?
Yeah, HOOKEDX.com. You can see my books there, and then my blog is a great place if you wanna hash it out with me. I get pretty rough and ready on there, and people just give it right back to me. That's a lot of fun. And you want to do 15 minutes of questions right now?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man! Let's go.
All right, everybody. All right, hey, 15 more minutes, okay? Let's make it a full show today. So everybody, Scott, let me I'll ask your questions in the comment area here. We've got a ton of people in here, Scott. There's a ton of people in here listening to us live right now. So if anybody has a question for Scott, and Scott, I'm gonna tell you, they haven't been friendly with you in the chat so far.
Okay, it's all right. Listen, bring it.
All right, so let's go, people. If anybody has a question for Scott, go ahead and ask it in the chat group. I know we got a little bit of a delay here, but if anybody has a question, go ahead and post it, and we'll go for another 15 minutes. All right, Lord Malphus wants to know, is there a time capsule there?
That's a great question, and I do not know the answer. But if there is one, I have an idea where it might be, but I'm not going to say.
Do you think it wouldn't actually be inside the granite, right? It would be underneath it somewhere, wouldn't it?
I can't say, but those are big granite slabs, right? And I would say if it was inside the granite, if they broke it up in as many pieces as it sounds like, what you described, then they probably found it.
All right.
If that's where it is.
King Valus Felix wants to know, what are the chances a foreign power blew them up? Is that possible at all?
Anything's possible. I don't know why a foreign power would care. And what foreign power would care? I find that to be highly unlikely. I think this was probably either just a rogue person that did it on their own, that felt emboldened by the rhetoric of the day, or there may have been something going on with a particular political group. But more likely, I think it was some Christian religious group. That's my opinion.
Okay.
But I don't think a foreign power had anything to do with it, but anything's possible.
All right. Chili Peen wants to know, do you think there was any insurance collected on this? Do you think that maybe they had insurance on these stones?
That's a really good question, too, because in many cases when things are destroyed or or intentionally lost or stolen. There are insurance, motivations behind it. I don't think that's what's going on here, though.
Okay. BH wants to know, do you know that Jesus loves you?
Well, I think Jesus.
He loves everybody, right? Let's move on.
Well, let's put it this way. I believe in the humanity of Jesus. I think he was a very important, wise person in his day. But I believe that he died. I believe his remains are in the Telpiat tomb. And as much as I know a lot of people want to believe that he's coming back, he's not coming back. But that's my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
All right. Updated E wants to know, why do we not know who built the Guidestones?
Because he wanted to be anonymous. And, that's a great question, but really it's a simple answer. He didn't want the Guidestones to be about him or whatever organization he might have been associated with. What he wanted people to do was to focus on the message. And they did focus on the message. The only problem is they misinterpreted it. A lot of people have misinterpreted it. So whoever the person was, I actually think I know who it is, but I'm not going to say.
You can't guess? You can't make a guess?
No, I'm pretty sure I know who did it, but that person would not want to be part of the discussion. They wanted to make a statement, to put something that would force people to think about their world, their lives, about their futures, and they did a pretty good job.
All right. Thanks so much. Thanks so much, John, for the super chat. Really do appreciate it. He says, any news on Oak Island?
Well, the simple answer is there's nothing on Oak Island. I told you what happened.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I don't think there's anything there either.
Yeah, no, there hasn't been anything there since the revolution.
You think we funded the revolution with what was found there?
Well, Oak Island was one of many treasures. Look, the Templars aren't stupid. They would never put all their eggs in one basket. I mean, we're smarter than that. It was one of many.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Hugo Darn says, do you believe in God? If so, what do you call him?
Deity. And the deity that I believe in has male and female aspects. I don't call deity a he. In fact, if I was forced to pick a gender, it would be feminine, because women are life givers. They are creators. And when you talk about deity, you talk about God. When you talk about Jesus, really what you're talking about are feminine aspects, not male aspects. But I don't know. I just believe in a higher power, and I don't give it a name. I just call it deity.
All right. Do you think that Ted Turner built it?
No.
No. Okay.
Good guess, though.
All right. Lightning Ross is hi from Thunder Bay, Canada.
Oh, beautiful place.
All these years, and who ordered them down? All right. So Azak Tech says, or Ezatech, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. That's whatever. I'm starting to wonder if we were wrong about the message meaning after all these years, and who ordered them to come down. You think they were ordered down?
Well, again, I don't know. I wouldn't doubt it. Again, because Georgia is a strongly right-wing leaning state. One of the gubernatorial candidates said she would absolutely bring the stones down. So I saw that as it's okay if something happens to it. But I think this was a rogue person who was just emboldened by what I consider to be careless rhetoric by some of the the Republican candidates. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you.
All right. Ian Withers says he is right. Man creates nothing. It takes women to create.
Well, that's right.
All right.
He's right. I mean, look, that's not rocket science either, is it? I mean, but let's be fair about it, right? The ladies need us, but without them, we have nothing. And to try to control them, especially on something so personal, they have rights too. And I know that people are going to say, well, what about the rights of the baby? And I can appreciate that. But, you know, that gets to the point where, you know, when is a life a life? Well, some people say at conception. Well, what about every ovary that is produced, you know, that a woman produces in her lifetime? Every one of those is a potential baby. For that matter, every sperm swimming, you know, from the male is a potential life too. Where do you draw that line? That's the fundamental question, and that's a difficult question. And I don't pretend to have the answer, but I sure as hell don't think that that should be a government mandated thing. Absolutely not. I guess that we have to have some kind of laws, but what's happening right now is definitely not the answer, in my opinion.
All right. The Watcher says, this guy is onto the truth. Tell him I said this. In the beginning was Source. The Source divided itself into heaven, Father, and Mother, Earth. Jesus is the Source. That's why he is the only begotten, I guess.
Well, I'm not sure about that. Jesus was lionized by an institution. He was an important person in his time. If you want me to just be real about it, of course he was real, right? And he had children, a number of children. And those children had children. And those children had children. And Jesus has bloodline descendants that are alive today. Many of them in important political positions, and many of them are poor, many of them are middle class. There's probably millions of people. It's a fact that every person walking on this planet today has ancestors that were alive 2,000 years ago. That's a fact. So why is it such a hard thing to believe that Jesus doesn't have descendants walking on the earth today? In fact, he does. So I don't know if that makes him any more special than anybody else. He's just a person that's been lionized. I know a lot of people will think that's blasphemy, but that's their choice to believe that. I choose not to believe it, and that's my right too.
All right. And I'm going to ask you one more question, and I'm going to have to let you go because I just got 10% warning on my phone. So Davy Jones Lock.
Okay.
Davy Jones Locker wants to know, is the Ark of the Covenant real, and where is it?
Well, here's what we can tell Davy Jones. Yes, the Ark is real, but the secret of the Ark of the Covenant is not where it is. It's how to make one. There are many arks.
Yeah, I agree with you. Have you figured out how to make one yet?
Well, I haven't done it yet, but I have the instructions.
Well, if you want to send them to me, I'll go ahead and put them on my website for everybody.
You got to buy me a lot of beer, brother, before I can do that.
All right, man. Hey, tell everybody again real quick where to find you, because I don't want to lose you and have you cut off in the middle of the conversation, and I'm going to wrap the show up.
Yeah, no problem. If you want to hit me up, go to Twitter. My Twitter handle at Real Scott Wolter. I'm also on Instagram. You can find me there. My blog is scottwolteranswers.blogspot.com. And my website where you can look at my books is www.hookedx.com, HOOKEDX.com. Hey, Michael, thank you for letting me kind of lose my mind a little bit today, but I was really upset about this, and you caught me at a bad time, so I hope I didn't offend you. I appreciate being on your show and having this opportunity, and I hope people take what I said in the spirit it's intended, and if they don't agree, that's okay. That's what makes America great, is we can all have an opinion, and we can also disagree with each other, but we need to maintain respect for each other. So I apologize if I offended you, and it's okay that we don't agree. That's just fine.
I think it's I think it's fine we don't agree, Scott, man, and I just want to let everybody know we literally threw this together in what, 10 minutes?
Was it that long?
I was like, do you have time to come on the show? You're like, yeah, let's go now. So it was like, yes, okay, let's go.
Well, I appreciate that, and that's what makes life interesting, and what makes it fun. And having, intense discussions like we did, I think is a good thing. And I hope people that lean right have thought about some of the things I've said, and I hope the people on the left side have thought about some of the things I said. Neither side is totally right, but at the end of the day, we have to come across the aisle. We need to put our hands together and figure out together these big problems that we all face in this country.
Yeah.
And it's not just politicians, it's neighbors, it's friends like you and me, and that's what has to happen. We have to.
I agree. I think it's important. I think it's important that everybody finds common ground. Keep in mind, this might have been done on purpose to try to divide us even more.
You bet.
So,
great point.
So
that's a really good point.
So let's keep that in mind. Let's stay together. Thanks so much, Scott, for coming on, man. I hope you had a good time. I hope you don't hate me.
No, I don't. Listen, I appreciate being able to be my true self. And it wasn't always pretty, but I meant what I said. And but I will always listen as you did, and I appreciate that. So let's do it again soon.
All right, man. You got it. Have a great day. Okay, I'm gonna let you go and wrap this up.
Charge your phone.
All right, man. Have a great one, man. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. That was Scott Walter. We literally put that show together, and you heard him probably 5-10 minutes. And hope you all enjoyed it. He wanted to get out there. It was actually quite interesting to break the news to him that the entire monument came down. I guess I got the phone off now, so I don't have to worry about the battery. Let's go over to chat here and see what everybody's saying. It was definitely an interesting interview. I'll give it that. I hope you all enjoyed it. I'm sorry I didn't get to all your questions, but I was having audio issues. I couldn't get through with him on the computer for some reason, and I just had to hold my iPhone up to the microphone on speaker, and hopefully you guys heard everything okay. But my iPhone is now dead, so thank goodness I had to charge as much as it did. I didn't even realize that. It didn't even occur to me to think that I need to check my iPhone power. We were just going to do a quick 15-minute segment, and it turned into a 90-minute show. Hopefully, y'all enjoyed it. Thanks so much, everybody, for the John for the super chat, man. Really do appreciate it. I hope. Let's see. Timax says the Guidestones have become a subject of interest for conspiracy theorists. One of them, an activist named Mark Dice, demanded that the Guidestones be smashed into 1 million pieces. A lot of people wanted those. Guidestones gone. I think if anybody remembers what I did a show, I don't know, 6 months ago or so, where I said, I was surprised that nobody had taken them out yet. It was definitely one of those things that I'm surprised that they were there as long as they were. So anyway, I guess that's going to wrap it up. Remember, guys, we are going to be coming back doing a show once a week. I guess so tomorrow or Thursday I was going to come on and do a little show, but I guess we'll knock this one out today. Boom. There's our week. There's our show for this week. And I appreciate everybody hopping in here right at the end. Remember, you can always find us online. Just go to www.conflictradio.net. I apologize that there wasn't any warning for the show to join in the live stream. If you're listening to it recorded, it's just breaking news, changes everything. I got to tell you guys, I think things are really going to start cranking up and getting interesting. Make sure you, are taking care of yourself and your family. Get some food, get some, stock up on some things that I think are going to be disappearing. If you see the Dutch farmers and things that are going on in the world, it is getting nuts. It's only going to get worse and worse and worse. And I think it's all by design. So batten down the hatches. Stay safe, everyone. We'll catch you next time. Conflict Radio.